Roehampton. And so reading in reverse order, down at the bottom, Elizabeth Mandlik is the daughter of Hanna Mandlikova. She plays Elsa Yacomo from France, who won the junior singles at Roland Garros a couple of years ago. Eugenie Bouchard, there's a very familiar name, and she plays Greet Minnen of Belgium. Then Rosa Vicens Mas is perhaps cast as the sacrificial lamb against Mira Andreeva, who is the most talked about young player in the world of tennis at the moment. And then Lily Miyazaki at the start is playing Han of Korea. And it's a cloudy, sort of hazy, sunshiny kind of a day, but the smell of sunblock everywhere, so you know that it's summer. And Louise Plemming is here, so it must be summer because that's when you come over from Oz. And you've just been talking to Alicia Mollick, who runs the junior program in Australia. There are Australian junior women here everywhere.
Yeah, there's always, this is kind of the tournament that we grew up on grass, and this is the one that I think, you know, we really love to play. So it's great to see a lot of Australians here, as you said. And yeah, I think we've got some good ones. I think Storm Hunter is going to do very well. Watch out for her.
That is a great name as well, Storm.
Yeah.
I mean, the headline writer's joy, isn't it? Talking about young players, though, who've got the world at their feet. Andreeva, 16 years old. As I say, there are a couple of film crews here already just following her every footstep. Tennis has got a history of young players, some of whom have gone on to be stellar stars, and some of whom have fallen by the wayside. You know, we'll watch her as a tennis player, but there's so much more than just the tennis, isn't there, as to whether anybody actually makes it.
Absolutely. You certainly want to focus on having a great team around you, keep you really grounded. But already she's talking about things that her coach is saying, that she wants to not be a diva. But obviously she's got loads of confidence and huge expectation for herself. She said, you know, if Novak's going for 23, I'm going for 25. So, but it is, you know, we've seen other players fall down by the wayside. You know, Capriati had a tough journey. You know, there's been so many players that have been touted to be the next huge thing and just not been able to deal with the pressures. So hopefully she's getting that really good support.
What do people say on the tour about how good she is at the moment?
Yeah, I think they're saying, you know, is she the next Martina Hingis? You know, put her in that kind of category. But she's got this great intensity when she's on the court, great focus, and really it comes down to self-belief. She's got all the assets to be a great player, but from the age of 16 for the next 4 years is just so important for her and her progression and her journey.
Players behind us for the first match. Just before we talk about them, though, we ought to mention Eugenie Bouchard for marking people's cards for later on if they want to watch. I mean, a lot of people, I think, will be very surprised she didn't get a wild card into the main draw, and yet here she is 9 years on from playing in the final, going through the grind and the trauma, if you like, of qualifying. That shows you how much she wants to be in the main draw next week, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. To look back at 2014 and now it's 23. 9 years of trying to put things back together, and she's back here. That year was probably the most phenomenal year for any player. I mean, the finals of Wimbledon, semi-finals of the Australian Open, semi-finals of Roland Garros, just a phenomenal year to finish at number 5, and here she is back at Wimbledon qualifying. I think, you know, these are the sort of stories that these people that are walking around here, they want to see, they want to be a part of it, and I think it's fabulous. And thank you to Wimbledon for not giving her a wild card into the main draw. Sorry about that, Eugenie, but...
Can I just say one thing just generally about this? Because we were talking before we came on air about this qualifying competition and how this is very different here compared to the other 3 Grand Slams. So for people watching around the world who may not have experienced that, just explain why this is unique.
Yeah, I think it's so unique because when you come here, it's a very open field. You go to other Grand Slam qualifyings and they're all at the stadiums where the main draw is being played. Here, this is a makeshift in a way and brilliantly put together. But there's so much open space, so much transparency between the coach and the players. They're sitting around having that pre-match chat, post-match, you know, whether it's happy or sad, you see the tears. You really are a part of it. And, yeah, it's really palpable. You really do feel the pressure, the excitement, and everything that happens. It's just all open for everyone. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the great things about it. And the key thing is as well, you see all the warm-up routines that everybody goes through. You can actually see their preparations up close rather than being locked away in a gymnasium or wherever it might be.
Yeah, absolutely. All the other ones, all of this goes on, you're right, in the gym, in the locker room. You know, you're having private conversations. You don't really feel that sense of what's going on.
Now, behind us, we've got Lily Miyazaki from Great Britain, and Jeremy Bates, actually a colossus of a figure in British tennis over many years, is sitting here preparing to watch her. Thoughts on this opening game?
It's going to be a tough one. They're both 5'5". They both play very similar style of games. But Lily has had a terrific run, got to the semi-finals of Surbiton. I would think she's had more kind of time on the court, and I think that's going to serve her really well. Whereas Lee has not had that time. She's only played one match. She's come from clay. So, you know, that's going to be the difference. I think we're going to see a lot of shot making out here. It's going to be a great match, but I think the Brits going to get through.
And one of the interesting things, because it's the women's today, I suppose it was the men's yesterday, walking around the grounds here yesterday, I was struck by the fact I was looking desperately for somebody who was in qualifying yesterday who was less than 6 feet tall without any success at all. I mean, if you're not 6'2" in the men's game, you're kind of not at the races now. And I think it's great in the women's game that you've still, it's not, the physicality, if you like, is not preeminent. You've got to be an athlete and you've got to be a tennis player. And if you are 5'5", 5'6", you can still get away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Jessica Pegula. She's number 4 in the world. She's not a tall girl. Coco Gauff is not a tall girl. Ash Barty was 5'5", 5'6", won Wimbledon just 2 years ago.
You had to get that in.
I had to, just being an Aussie. But I think it really does display, you know, the difference in the way the game is being played, particularly in the women's game. And I love that the variation, the diversity of the way they can, you know, shot making. And of course, on the tour, they're getting bigger, taller, more powerful. Sabalenka and Rybakina. I mean, they're leading the charge, aren't they? With Iga, obviously. But we've got to still keep that, you know, the slice, the drop shots. And, you know, I love seeing that. And I think that's the legacy that Ash Barty's left behind.
OK, well, you're on commentary duty here, and you're alongside Andrew Castle.
So here we go. Nice to see some shadows here, but high cloud cover for the most part of the day expected. Gusting to
30 seconds.
Only 6 or 7 miles an hour it was this morning, so very, very pleasant. Conditions set fair. Look, the great challenge in these matches is to retain control of nerves, getting into a winning position. I mean, the women's is different than the men's in that every man serves absolutely massive these days. In the women, perhaps you might see more breaks of serve, and it makes for highly entertaining and unpredictable tennis. The match is never over when the tension is there, and it certainly is.
Prepare to play.
The first round of qualies for a major. Miyazaki versus Na Lae Han.
First set, Han, Na Lae to serve. Ready, play. Love 15.
Louise Fleming is alongside me in the studio. Delighted to see you, Louise. How have you been? Are you working with anybody at the moment?
No,
No,
not really.
not at the moment, because you were with Astra Sharma.
I was with a lot of the Australian girls, Ellen Perez, and a lot of the players that were coming out of university.
Yeah.
That was kind of my job, but No, just have rally forever. Just really
Love
looking,
40.
you know, after the foundation. That's it.
Great. Rally forever.
Yep. Don't ever stop rallying. I mean, that's the point, right? We've got to keep moving.
3 break points early on, Miyazaki.
Game, Miyazaki.
Well, that is a horror of a first game. She was asked to serve first. She did, and lost all 4 points. The serve of Han has nothing on it whatsoever. She's very finely conditioned. She's fit and fast, but the serve is going to be under pressure today. Let's see what Miyazaki, the British player, can do. Neither of these players so tall they can just whack the serves down.
Love 15.
Yeah, there's definitely more diversity, I think, and variation on the women's game than the men's game. I mean, if you walk around here and many of the guys are big, they've got the big serve, but you can get away with it with the women. I mean, just look 2 years ago, Ash Barty, what she could do. She's only 5'5". I mean, pretty much the same height as these young ladies out on court now. Oh, wow.
This is one of the most individual tennis players you will ever see. Already you can see that she's got a very poor serve, Na. I mean, in terms of the penetration through the court, but her defense, you know, the definition in her legs, the athletic ability that she has, and the fact that she can tee off on both sides with forehands and backhands. You don't know which she's got, 2 hands on it or 1.
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it? Very unusual. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Smart.
Yeah. And that's smart too, because I think throughout this match, Han, if you can get into that backhand side, I think she end range will come open. You'll get that ball to sit up. So that's smart from Lily, just to keep moving forwards on that and close off. Look for that volley. I like that mentality already. I know you've had a chance to have a hit with Lily. I mean, what is that ball speed like when you're on the court and she's hitting it? It looks like it's coming through pretty flat and fast.
Yeah, it's flat and fast, and she likes a target. And of course, my ground strokes are still hopeless, so I'm at the net, and she enjoyed it very much.
She had a rather big target to hit.
Yeah, take me.
30-40.
Yeah, these women get vicious when you play against them in the mix. Don't you worry about holding back. When you're my age, you know, you've got to do whatever you can. You've got to talk them out of it. It's the only path to victory. Still a break point here.
Thank goodness you're good at that.
The game finishes in the same way that it started, sadly. But she will have chances to break. So this is a totally different match, as Louise Plemming has been saying. Totally different than the men's, and no less interesting because of it. All day long. All day long. She's going to have to come in. And opening up the forehand wing, seeing the defensive response. And Miyazaki with no choice but to come to the net after that serve, which is a very little delivery. It's a little spinny thing, and it is there to be hit. The ground strokes carry much more weight than the serve.
It's never easy, though, returning a lefty serve, even if there's no pace. Sometimes it just dies and it's dragging Lily forwards. It can be a little difficult. We may see a little bit of a trend here with breaking serve, though.
How easy you could get pulled into this woman's web. Awkward game, lots of spin. You can see that, you know, she loves to run.
Miyazaki.
Yes, it's a third break of serve. Clean hitting from the British player. Now can she hold? 2-1.
Up next on Stadium Court is a teenage sensation, Mira Andreeva. She made headlines a couple of months ago on her way to the fourth round in Madrid, where she took out 2 top 20 players. She also qualified at the French Open and reached a third round where she lost to another teenage sensation, Coco Gauff, in 3 very tight sets. She's competitive, she's feisty, and she's certainly one to watch as she makes her debut here at the Wimbledon qualifying.
It's all ahead today. This is our first offering. Lily Miyazaki, 2-1 up. Miyazaki, living in South London. She went to a manual school in Clapham. They didn't have a tennis team there, so she played netball, unsurprisingly, and no doubt was a vicious part of that team. And then off to America, where she has a master's in IT.
I think you're really excited about these British players that go to America. We watched Charles Broome yesterday. Oh. What a smart young man he is. And I think she's the female version of that young guy. I mean... Yeah.
You don't have to... Look, she's not going to win Wimbledon. And Charles isn't either. But they're doing their thing. And
Absolutely.
They're in their 20s. But I mean, anybody that says to me that they're not going to go to American University because nobody comes out of there who's any good, I'm like, you are... I mean, talk about missing the point. What are you going to do? Go out at 18 and get smashed to pieces in Kazakhstan and Nigeria and Slovakia and wherever else you go? Oh, it's a tough school. Either that, or you could go to American University, have a strength and conditioning program, play great matches, party a little bit if you want to, have a life, have some friends and a team.
Yeah, beautiful. Yes, not bad, because you know, you get to develop, you get to mature. Not to mention, if you go into a good school, you're going to get some really good education, great support, and you're going to create some friendships. What I see, this is a nice off forehand, but what I see, the American players, or a lot of the players that go to university, they maintain those friendships and they have a healthier attitude. They've got a good circle of mates. There's a lot of positives.
Just lifted up on that ball.
30.
I mean, Lily's coming in with some great matches under her belt, got to the semi-finals of Surbiton. Yeah, I think that's, you know, she's a grinder. She plays a lot of tournaments, and at the back end of last year, she accumulated a lot of points in a lot of matches and beat your number one, Katie Swan, last year.
That was a big point.
30, 40.
Nobody can quite get over the line on their own serve at the moment. Rankings at the moment in GB. Katie Bolter at 1.
Yep.
Burridge at 2.
Oh, sorry, Katie Bolter's the one, yes.
No, but Katie Swan is playing very well. Oops, just enough. Top of the net on the backhand, nicely handled. Every volley's a high volley for little Lily.
Yeah, and I think this is certainly a tactic that she's worked out with her coach, to go into that backhand side and then to sneak in. Look, there's the high backhand, but she's really handling it that well. A lot of players will hit that with 2 hands, but that one was just a little out of reach, and also she's probably quite comfortable with that.
Advantage, Miyazaki.
I think a lot of the ability to transition and move forward as well is the fact that she has been to college, and you play so many doubles matches over there that you're comfortable moving forwards. That transition game is really developed.
And it's the first hold of serve from a break point down. That's going to feel good, 3-1.
The hard thing when you're playing someone like Han is that they don't give you a lot of rhythm, and I'm sure that Lily is a player that likes to have that ball in the same kind of height. Obviously played a lot of hard court, so you get into that rhythm. So that's one area where Han can possibly really just affect her. I would be looking to hit more drop shots, a little bit more slice, slot, the pace. And then generate off some. That's just a missed opportunity there. That one was nice and inside the court. I'd be really surprised if Han can hit that flat serve down the tee. She throws that ball way out wide. The only result is really a slicey serve, whether it goes body or wide.
Touchy. Game, Miyazaki.
And the pattern
Miyazaki
continues.
leads by 4
Han
games to 1.
cannot buy a hold of serve. Miyazaki 4-1, 2 breaks. First set. So here we are in Roehampton. The official title for this qualifying ground is now Louise. You've lost it too, haven't you?
Oh my God.
She's lost it. It's day 2. It used to be the Bank of England Sports Ground, but now it's... Oh, she's got it now. Here's Louise. What is it?
It's the Wimbledon Community Sports Centre. Yeah, it's the Wimbledon Qualifying and Community Sports Centre.
That's it. See the
Fabulous.
way
And
that just trips off the tongue?
That just, yeah.
The Wimbledon Qualifying and Community Sports, the Sports and Community and Qualifying and Sports Centre. That's what it is. I knew it. It's the Theatre of Dreams this week, that is for sure. 128 men and women have made their way here, and they want to be in the draw for Wimbledon. So we're at the WQA CSC at Roehampton. 4-1 Miyazaki.
Terrific play from Lily here, really pushing her opponent from side to side and then coming up with nice little touch, just showing that variation. She's really thinking out here.
I don't know everybody here, sadly. I'm sure they're intimately involved in all of this, but
30 love.
so many stories and so many human interest angles, so many coaches, and you know, don't make any mistake about what you're watching. It's very, very high standard. You try getting in the qualifying at Wimbledon, you don't just enter off the street and say, oh, I'll have a crack at that, thank you very much. You spend a lifetime committing. Then you might be allowed in if you're good enough.
Let's first.
Well, there's about 1,000 young ladies tracking around the world playing tournaments even at this moment, whether it's 25s in France, there's other tournaments happening, and there's only space for so many.
And when you think down at your
30,
local club,
15.
when you play a match, and you come back having been soundly beaten by somebody, and you go, they're really good, but you know what? They probably aren't. And compared to this lot, they're really not. And then somebody will come up and say, oh yeah, I was, or my son was going to be, or my dad was going to be, or I was going to be. No, but you weren't. Just lifting up on the forehand. That is something that we've seen a little bit of. It's a good length that Han is keeping in the court.
Good depth. It really is unusual just watching Han play, because when you have two hands off your forehand, you're generally going to have two hands off your backhand as well. I mean, Salas has been a lot of players that, you know, go both ways, but just to see the slice, the hand coming off the backhand, and then the 2 on the forehand, I think it would be very difficult to play against.
Big time.
Game
It's a two-handed backhand. On the top spin,
Miyazaki
she has a
by 4
slice.
games to 2.
Single-hander on that side. On the forehand, she has a conventional one, but a lot of the time it's 2 hands on that as well. And she's got a little bitty serve that spends more time going sideways than it does forward. She's quite a player, very interesting.
La.
Some of you might remember, is it Monica Nicolescu?
Yep. Romanian.
She had a million different looks,
Oh, yeah.
spins and...
She could only slice, I think, off one side, and then she would hit topspin off the other side. So again, just your opponent's always having to just react and change from that spin going upwards and then spin going downwards. It's just never comfortable. And not only spins is a way to create differences in your game, because you've got width, you've got length, you've got depth, height, and she would use all of those to just try to get her opponents out of rhythm.
Now you watch this serve here, and what Miyazaki does with it, because it's titchy. That one was bull tossed. A bit yippy off to the left, her left.
It's hard, isn't it? At the age, I think she's about 30 years of age. Like, how do you change that?
That's an issue, that serve, isn't it?
I just wonder, had she, you know, been able to have some really good coaching, perhaps in a different way, a different message that she may have received. Like, if she had a serve that could just penetrate and she could win more points, I think her ranking would be much higher than what it is. It's just
5-2. Break.
Game, Miyazaki. Miyazaki lead by 5 games to 2. First set, new ball spins.
Okay, Andrew, if you were coaching, your daughter wanted to be a professional tennis player, what would you want her to be? 2 hands off the backhand, but teach her a slice, 1 hand off the forehand?
I think everybody teaches a double-handed backhand now, don't they? I mean, they...
Generally, yes. I mean, I don't think you could.
I don't know how to teach a double-handed backhand properly.
Oh.
You ask my wife. You know, it's a left-handed forehand with the right hand on the racket, but this straight arm on the way back and racket head up, and I mean, I just don't know it like I know the single-hander. But you would teach, would you not?
Yeah.
You would teach a double-hander.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Rybakina and Sabalenka and these girls that are just hitting with such power. I think, you know, you can't compete if you're a single-hander.
But you've got to have a slice too.
Time.
Absolutely.
Got to have a single-handed slice. Mira Andreeva, the 16-year-old Russian, is on this court later on. So is a former Wimbledon finalist, Eugenie Bouchard. This is our first offering on court 11. First round qualifying, Wimbledon. Lily Miyazaki against Han.
La.
there with plenty of time. Just didn't steady herself to just get on to that. Just
She
kind of ran
decided
through
to
it.
sort of move through that one, didn't she? She's got the balance pretty much right.
I think Han liked that.
Yeah. Is it patience and yet aggressive for the most part? Miyazaki doing it well.
Oh. 15-30.
I like her attitude though, Han. She just looks like she's very happy on the court, always kind of smiling. Got a good character, shows her emotions positively. A little bit more subdued is Lily.
$40-30. Yes.
Nice little flick of the wrist there. It's good racket acceleration on that forehand side.
Advantage, Miyazaki.
Just half an hour of play or so. Miyazaki with a set point here. Holds of serve have been more difficult to come by than breaks. And this time she does steady herself on the short ball. And it's Lily Miyazaki of Great Britain who wins the opening set. First round of qualifying. 6-2.
Well, British women's tennis riding a bit of the crest of the wave at the moment. Not all of it due to Jeremy Bates, senior coach of Great Britain women's tennis, but nonetheless, you must be immensely encouraged by the events of the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some amazing results, and I think not just one person, but collectively, you know, the top 3 women have done unbelievably well, and they had a lot to cover from this time last year, and they've all done it, and actually all improved their rankings as well. So, but it's inspirational for people watching, for them, and for everyone else, all the younger players playing qualifying.
Tell us, you know, that there are many ways of getting to the top in this sport, and not necessarily do people main stage. Some at 16, some at 26 even. So does the LTA have, I don't know, a policy, if you like, about the players who go to American college, develop themselves and their game over there? Is that something that you actually would actively encourage?
If it's the right thing for the player, absolutely. And there's a lot of players over here who are American college at the moment. If you look at the grass court events we've had, one of the girls who's currently over there, Emilia Rajecki, has played Surbiton and she played Nottingham qualifying. She's been involved. So you're right, people mature at different rates. There's no natural gravitation from junior to senior tennis, and the tour sometimes is not the right thing for you at sort of 18. and that's a great sort of stepping stone in that environment with the competition. And we very much keep tabs on those players. They're very welcome when they come back during their natural breaks during the course of the year, and some of them will go on to be on the tour, as is Lily here.
What are the benefits you think that the players get as people if they go down that route?
Well, clearly, first of all, you're in a great environment. There's incredible practice facilities. The competitive structure is very good. And I think, you know, when you're playing in a team environment, and it's an easier way to mature sometimes if you're a little bit insecure yourself or you lack a bit of confidence. If you're actually in a team environment, it's a great way of approach. It's a bit like sometimes you see double players who are successful at doubles before they become good singles players because they're not comfortable on their own. And I think that it's such a positive environment, isn't it? It's, you know, a lot of promotion, and you always notice the same with all the players that come back. They have so much more belief, and it's just because I think, you know, competition is everything.
They grow as human beings, perhaps that's it.
Correct.
Just a quick word about Andreeva, who's on here after this. I assume you've seen her play. I mean,
Not a lot.
Not a lot. But I mean, how good is the word on the street about her?
Well, exceptionally good. I mean, because what you do is you can't put an old head on young shoulders, and you look at the age and the success that she's already had and the actual mentality. She seems to be fearless and obviously has real aggression in the game, and is somebody who, you know, you can't buy those sort of qualities at that sort of age, and I think it's very exciting. Obviously, there's quite a few of the younger players who are, you know, are out there now. There's a lot of very good young Czech players as well, but you never know until you see the transition, and Andreeva seems to have done it very quickly.
Good to talk to you.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, this lovely
15-13.
yet thin line between patience and aggression. Well, she's walking it very comfortably at the moment. There's an efficiency to the Miyazaki game. There's a clarity to what she's trying to do as well.
30.
Next up on this court, I want you to stay here and watch Mira Andreeva. You won't see her in qualifying again for a couple of decades. She's 16. She was born in 2007. You've got the Fruritova sisters from the Czech Republic. You might have heard a bang there through the mics. Did we hear a bang? Right. A fly is missing in Roehampton. Louise Fleming demonstrating true power on the forehand side. And there's now a squished fly.
It really was in my eyesight. I couldn't get around that fly. I had to go.
Wow, that was, she almost broke the commentary box.
Just getting inspired by Miyazaki, who's
Are you always
smashing
this,
a few out.
Are you always this aggressive?
Only in the commentary box. And very passive and calm, really.
Wow, that was a powerful blow. Okay, so what pattern are we going to see in this second set? First set was all about Miyazaki getting it right. Now, what have they learned about each other? How does the game change?
Now. 30 love. Let for so. Thirty, 15. Attention. Okay, Miyazaki. One game over.
So, maintenance of the momentum there for Miyazaki.
It's an important one as well, I think, just to not allow Han to get into rhythm here. I mean, this young lady knows how to play, and she can really do some special things with the. With her ground strokes, I really feel if she just stays a little bit more patient and waits for the right ball. I feel in that first set she just was really rushing a little bit, not comfortable, and of course she's going to have nerves. I mean, they've both got nerves. Just that Miyazaki settled a little bit better.
Yep.
Nice touch, and then just tracking that ball really well, and that's a sign of a comfortable player when you know when they're coming forwards. Good movement here from Miyazaki, but then this one here, wow, really hit with a little extra pace. Nice shot from Han.
Oh, 15.
Oh, that looked nice, and she was just putting her fingers up for showing centimetres how much she missed that, but she really doesn't need to go that sort of big shot. She had plenty of space to hit into that.
And the ball just checked on the South Korean player there, but Miyazaki inside the baseline, just waiting to attack the right ball. Once again, good concentration, actually, from both players. I think Han needs to give less territory. She needs to get on the offensive. Probably a little bit more if she can.
Oh.
Nope.
Game, Han.
Could have come in after that return. She was dragged in by the short nature of the serve, but electing not to. So it's 2-1 to Han, the South Korean second set.
Perfect conditions really to play in, isn't it, Andrew? I mean, the sun's not bright. You've got a little bit of cloud cover, but it's cool out there. It's absolutely stunning.
Lovely day for it.
Yeah, this court is playing just beautifully as well.
Have a look at some of the individual style of Han here. This is the serve doesn't have an awful lot of through to it. There's the double-handed backhand. On the forehand side, the left hand is at the bottom. It looks like a backhand, but she sort of flings the racket at it, and the right hand comes off it as she drives through. Double-hander on the backhand side this time. She's got the slice as well, if she wants to, on that backhand side, and here it is. Just coming across the ball there when she's pulled out of her comfort zone.
Time.
There's that forehand backhand thing, again, which works pretty well. It's got a lot of power to it through the hitting zone. And all in all, it's an absolutely unique style of play. First round match, and fascinating contest this. Top order of play, Eugenie Bouchard later, and Mira Andreeva, this 16-year-old, next on this court.
15 love.
Elizabeth Mandlik is playing today as well. Do you know her? Did she see
Not
much
too
of her?
much, no.
She was one of my, her mother was one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
Hannah Mandlikova was incredible. She looked amazing with the headband as well, and she flew around the court, just carving the single-handed backhand, and I thought she was a wonderful player.
I remember speaking to Hannah probably 12 years ago back at IMG in Florida, and she was just saying, yeah, I'm working with my daughter and she wants to play, so I'm on the court with her. And isn't that great though? You know, all these years later, they're just loving life. I spoke to Hannah. She's not traveling too much with her, and also it's never easy to be mother and coach as well. I think that's something that the smarter kind of past players will pass that on a little bit. Not, you know, you want to always have that mother kind of relationship, not just a coach relationship. And I think it would have been a tough one for Melody and Martina Hingis, her mum.
Sure.
Whoa. Miyazaki.
Good play from Lily there as well. Just again, that court position is really serving her really well, taking time away, She's a good foot inside that baseline. But just going back to the conversation as mother coach as well, I mean, Hana Malakova would have just worked so hard her whole career. You kind of run out of energy to do that, to replicate that again with your daughter. I mean, there's not many great players that have done that. There's been some players that have played, but to be top 10 and then turn around and be on that court and travel, do it all again. Would you have the energy to have done that?
Absolutely not. Didn't play for 10 years after I finished playing. Last thing I wanted to see was a tennis court. And I played with Jeremy Bates, my old partner. After 10 years, we had a rally. The first rally was 100 balls.
That's more than what you ever did. Oh, that's in.
That one isn't. That's a double bounce.
Wow, that was good. I thought that was going long.
Yeah.
But 100 balls in on a rally,
well,
that's...
Batesy and I could rally probably forever. And I started laughing halfway through the rally. I fell back in love again with the game. And yeah, it's a beautiful game. Oof, great volley. Little pirouette at the end of that. The down the line pass was quite strong. Very big point at 15-all. 2-all second set. Already won a set. This is the pass. And that is good work.
Does Peter Korda travel
he's involved. No, he doesn't travel, but he's involved.
Yeah.
Very much. I mean, the team Seb Korda has put together is fantastic. Jez Green, Mark Bender.
Yeah.
I mean, physically, they're going to work him perfectly. You know, if you're 6'5" and you have that build, you've got to avoid injury. You've got to add strength, but not bulk. You want speed. That's away.
30.
So it's all about coaching. You know, there's no handbook. It's all individual because each person is an individual. And you have to tailor a program for that person.
Yeah, it's more like a business decision, really. When you're, you know, your dad and you've been.
That's the break.
Miyazaki.
It's a big one.
Miyazaki lead by 3 games to 2 second set and by 1 set to love.
Pretty impressed with the composure.
It is very much a business decision when
Yeah.
you're putting the team together. And, you know, Seb Korda has Martin Stepanek and Radek Stepanek working with him. On the tennis side, Mark Bender is chiropractor, physio, but all-round health guy. Really well-read, well-educated in all matters physical, probably particularly with men. And Jez Green has worked with Sasha Zverev, who's a similar build to Seb Korda, and put a lot of muscle in. He's put on 5 kilos between February, when he had a wrist injury, and now. So, you know, he's a long-term project. They think he's 2 years away. So everybody needs to have a kind of a thing they're aiming for. And does Korda want it? That's absolutely key. Does he want to do this work? You think it's easy to put on 5 kilos of muscle? It isn't. But he does want it. So this is what you look for in all these players. Do they want this? Are they prepared to sacrifice it? What are they like? Are they complicated? Are they more simple approach to life? Man, it's a
puzzle.
Easy. It's a puzzle. It really is. This here is Lily Miyazaki, the British #7, who's just a good, solid, all-round professional. She's a graduate with a master's in IT at Oklahoma University. She was a ferocious goal defense at Emmanuel School in Clapham. was an odd point to begin the game with. She drove a forehand with backspin. And the last volley was just too big a swing, almost like she was trying to cut across it. Setting a break up, do the basics. Cannot remember another ace in this match.
A nice 1-2 combination, good serve, return in the middle of the court and then playing open. Nice pattern of play there from Lily, just looking really comfortable. Just getting a little extra on that serve, that's been the reward there, just getting that short ball back in the middle of the court. Then you can dictate, that's pretty much a 70-30 position there. Really just hold serve here. She's got a little stamp on this match. It's had a good emotional match so far. Doesn't give much when you're watching her. That is.
She was nervous before the match. Very comfortable. At 10:15, they took to the court at just 3 minutes past 11, but she was very comfortable to stop and remind me that she won when we played. And yeah, it's funny. Some people, I mean, she's just looking forward to it, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Why not?
That hurt your feelings that she reminded you that she beat you?
Yeah. Cheers.
I'll work on your confidence throughout the day.
Must have been my partner's fault.
Just chiseling that forehand there, Han. It's got to do something a little special here, just to hold serve, just to force Miyazaki to keep feeling some pressure.
Develops that back absolutely beautifully. I can't believe I ever see her behind the baseline with ground strokes like this. She looks so comfortable maintaining her space and coming forward. That is a whip. That's no good at all. I mean, we've all been there. I mean, many people in many sports. Just delivering that first ball over a 3-foot putt. Many a pro career is finished. Ranked the higher of the two. Han ranked 189th. Lily Miyazaki 242nd in the world.
Game, Han. Miyazaki leads 4 games to 3 second set and by 1 set to love.
Well, you can't imagine the next 2 games are going to be easy for Miyazaki, although she is a set and a breakup, 6-2, 4-3. Looking at Wimbledon last year, she was in the draw, Miyazaki. And she lost to Caroline Garcia, 7-6 in the third. It's good, isn't it?
That's
Garcia is
unbelievable.
number 5 in the world now.
Yep, yep. I think she's got the second most aces, and she's been on a really good run. Again, another big power player, so she's obviously quite good at running down balls. And I think, you know, when you're 5'5", you've got to have what is your best asset, and movement and being able to neutralise have got to be your two best things. And clearly, she can do that quite well. She has not quite gotten into this match just yet, though, Han.
Lily Miyazaki at the Sutton Academy until 18 years of age, and then went to American University, to OU in Norman, Oklahoma. Graduated, got a master's, playing pro now, British number 7. Nicely done. Went down to Australia at the start of the year, lost in the final round of qualifying at the Australian. Heartbreaker. She lost 7-6. Final set to Coco Vanderwey. Oh yes, beautifully done. Taking the ball early, Han probably quite surprised by that. Left foot plant. Absolutely nailed it. And again. Well, having said that, it may not be easy to close out holding 2 in a row. How gorgeous is that? Cover drive. Four straight, 5-3. Closing in, new balls next.
Miyazaki lead by 5 games to 3, second sets.
And the Sarah Godson, Ben Murray trained ball personnel going into action and getting the new balls out. They've been training since January. And their big moment will come next week at Wimbledon. Believe me, they move certainly a lot quicker than the invitational players, the legends.
15 love.
Is that including yourself?
Oh, they sprint everywhere. Unbelievable. Just relax.
Oh, that one was just really sitting pretty there. Didn't have much on it. Just went a little too flat, a little bit close to her body. But she's been very vocal, reading some of the things that she said when she's done well up in Surbiton. She just doesn't really get too phased out there, she says. She doesn't get too nervous, so that'll be serving her well at the moment. Just long, but I think she also reiterated that, had a chat before the match. Do you think that's a good thing or kind of a bad thing when players don't feel a little bit of nerves? Is that a little bit of nerves?
It certainly seems to be doing her okay today. See how nervous she is in the next game.
Maybe in that last game, if she gets through that.
Exactly.
Got to
She's sweating a little bit more.
Nice to get just 1 point even in a game before you go out to serve. You don't want to have zero momentum going into the most important game of the match. And at least Han has asked the question here of Lily Miyazaki, who will serve for a place in the second round of qualifying in just a mo. Just a reminder that they're not just playing for fun out here. £12,750 goes to the player who loses this match. A guaranteed £21,750 to get through to the second round, and even if you lose that. So some big money in the qualifying, much bigger than regular WTA tournaments that these players would be playing in. But it's a chance to get into the Wimbledon main draw, which is the big deal.
Time.
So quite a moment this for Yuriko Lily Miyazaki. Japanese-born, has taken on British nationality. You can't be a dual national if you are, in fact, Japanese. She represents Britain and proudly raised here. Oh, and that'll be a lovely start. That'll feel good. An error from her opponent in the biggest moments. Strong hitting once again. High forehand, comfortably pounded into the corner. 6 straight points on serve. Han of South Korea running out of time. I don't blame her for coming in. She waited her time, patiently carving the backhand down the line. And knocking the volley off. 3 match points. And the forehand winner down the line seals the British victory. Lily Miyazaki in straight sets, 6-2, 6-4, comfortably done. Very, very clean hitting and no sign of nerves at all. Having said that the last 2 games might not be easy on serve, sure enough she held them both to love. Brilliant.
Well, you gotta love that smile. I love how she's performed throughout this match. I just feel there's been no dip. There was no level where she really dipped off at all. She was, yeah, really solid throughout. She'll be really happy with that. And I think the fact that she's played a lot of matches on grass has really served her well.
Sure. She beat Jodie Burrage. It was always good to beat your fellow countrywomen as well. She beat Jodie Burrage, Eden Silva, and Isabel Lacey at Surbiton. That was a great week. Lost to Katie Swan in the semi-final, but that was a great run. And no good today for the South Korean player. Han goes through to play Wan Yu, the Chinese player, the 11th seed. So things are not going to get easier for her, but how nice to be able to see someone that we otherwise might not over the course of enjoying tennis coverage around the world. Let's see what she has to say, talking to John Infidel.
Lily, you showed no sign of nerves there, and you just closed it out like a seasoned professional. What was going on inside, though? Were you a little bit nervous?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely felt some nerves towards the end. You know, it's my first win at Wimbledon, so yeah, it was definitely a bit nerve-wracking towards the end, but I just tried to focus on my game and holding on my service game, and I think I did that pretty well.
During our commentary, we've been talking a lot about the benefits of going to American universities, which obviously you've done. What would you say it gave to you? It gave to your tennis, but it also gave to you as a person.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really enjoyed my time out there. I think when I was a student, you know, you experience a lot of things. If I'd been on tour, it's just tennis, tennis, tennis. I think having gone to America, it definitely broadened my horizons. And yeah, I think now I'm definitely enjoying my time on the tour.
But it's tennis, tennis, tennis now, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. And yeah, like I said, although I'm not like a young, up and coming player or anything, I still feel quite fresh on the tour, and I think that's a good sign.
You had a horrible experience in Australia in qualifying, losing so agonisingly in the last round. But they always say that you learn more from defeats than from victories. So how much more resolution has that given you here?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely made me hungry to try and get better. It was a really heartbreaking loss, losing 7-6 in the third. So yeah, I've been working hard since then, although I've had a few niggles here and there, but I feel like my game's going in the right direction, and hopefully I can maybe do it this week.
Well, that was a great start. Keep going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. That's super.
Well, that's lovely to hear from her, isn't it? And nice to know that one or two of the facts that we've been putting out about her performances and her life were accurate. You do your research because you don't see people like this on the regular coverage, you know, and it's just such a pleasure. And she's really a great girl and very, very popular. And she looked a nerveless winner. Looked very in control right from the word go. Matches like that can get awkward. Great order of play today.
Oh, amazing, isn't it? Can't wait for, obviously, Mira Andreeva coming up next, which just fabulous to see the youngsters. And is she going to be the next Martina Hingis? You never know.
Some of the numbers, I do fear for the Korean player on the numbers here. Second serve points 131%. First serve points 151%. I mean, that's such a feature that her serve really doesn't do any damage whatsoever. And, probably plenty of winners for Miyazaki. Anytime you get more winners than losers, great news. So she's through. Lily Miyazaki through to the second round. This is what we've got for you today. As Louise Fleming was saying, Mira Andreeva, keep an eye on that. She plays Spanish player Mas. Greek Minnen is seeded against a former Wimbledon finalist, Eugenie Bouchard, finalist in 2014. Elizabeth Mandlik, Hannah Mandlikova's daughter, against Giacomo of France will be our fourth offering today. It's Women's Day here in the qualifying at Wimbledon.
Well, let's go around the grounds and check in on a few matches that have finished over the last half hour or so. Very international flavour coming your way in the next minute and a half, I can tell you. So let's start off, first of all, with Yue Yuan of China beating Bibiane Schoofs of the Netherlands. Very easily, actually, in a match that lasted barely an hour, as you can see. And we had a brief chat afterwards. Congratulations. 6-2, 6-love was quite easy for you?
Yes, today, but I just like I really want to win this match. So I just like every point I just give my 100%. So and I'm very happy to can win this match.
Well, on the next door court to that match, Victoria Prunchakova of Slovakia, who was the 21st seed here, was playing the seasoned Campela Paula Ormachea of Argentina. A really competitive match, although that wasn't replicated by the scoreboard, but there were some fantastic rallies in that game. Anyway, we had a few words with the winner afterwards. How happy were you with that performance?
I'm really happy. I'm really happy that I'm still playing really good on grass as on a previous tournament in Netherlands. So I'm really happy to keep serving good, to play fast, and I'm happy about this performance.
You have a big game, so this surface must suit that.
Yeah, I like it. It's something special for me. I had some really good results in the past on grass, and this year as well. So I'm really happy.
I must just ask you, because I don't think there are too many players on the tour who are married to their coaches. Does that? I mean, that's wonderful. Are there moments when there's a little bit of anxiety?
I mean, we are together almost every single day, so it's not every day is easy. But I think we are doing really good. You know, when I go home for practice and stuff, I have a different coach there, so we kind of mix it up at home. And on the tournaments, we are always together. But so far, so good.
But do you have sometimes you say, today we are not going to talk tennis?
Sometimes, yeah. When I have a day off, then for sure.
Well, listen, well done. You've got a match tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Now, there are several names taking part today that you will know from many, many, many years of watching tennis on the circuit. Here's Sue Shea of Taipei beating Sasha Vickery of the USA. Here were her thoughts afterwards.
Shea, it's fantastic to see you back on the singles court. How do you feel about that win?
It's great. It's my first Grand Slam in the singles. You don't know what happened on the court, so I just try to stay on the court and play my game.
You recently returned to tour after taking 18 months off. Can you tell us a little bit about what you got up to and the reason behind that break?
Definitely not pregnant. I was injured and it was affecting my singles, and I was no problem to play doubles, so I stayed on the tour 1 or 2 years and it became really bad, so I decided to stop after 2 years. Yeah.
And you're a 3-time Wimbledon Grand Slam doubles champion. How much are you looking forward to being back on the doubles court there this year?
Well, it always is special because it's the first Grand Slam I win, and one of my most Grand Slam I win 3 than other tournament. So I think people think I'm in the specialist on the grass, but actually I like all the courts, so I try to do my best to suit all the different courts with the game, because you know, all the girls are really good. You need to be ready to get ready for every girl.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you more on the tennis court.
Yes. See you soon.
Well, from China to Argentina to Slovakia to Taipei. Next stop, the Netherlands. No, sorry, not the Netherlands, Denmark. This is Clara Tauson, the number 3 seed, beating Emina Bektas of the USA. And there's the score, as you can see, 4-4. Here were her thoughts.
Clara, congratulations. How do you feel you played today?
I feel I played good. My serve was there, which is important on grass, and yeah, it's my first professional win on grass, so I'm very happy about that and just looking forward to the next one.
You've recently enlisted the help of Carlos, who's worked with the likes of Svetlana Kuznetsova and Daria Kasatkina. How's he helped you?
Well, we're still working. We just started, so but he is definitely helping me with my game, my movements, all of this. So I think it's going to take some time to really reach my full potential, but I think we're on our way.
You've got a great game for grass. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about your style of play?
Well, yeah, I'm very aggressive. I just feel like on grass it's hard to move. I'm very tall, so I have to adapt a lot. And yeah, this year I didn't get so much preparation, so I'm just happy that I could actually go here and play a good match. But yeah, definitely very aggressive, and I hope it's going to go good.
All right, well, best of luck in your next one.
Thank you.
Well, here we are at courtside of the new stadium court here at Roehampton with Naomi Cavaday, but with all due respect, all eyes are on one of the players on the court behind us, because the most talked about person in women's tennis, in many ways, Mira Andreeva is warming up behind us. Now, when you're watching a player like this, just in their knock-up, what are you seeing, what are you looking at that makes you say, yeah, I understand why people think this is special?
Well, in the warm-up, I mean, it's all about keeping the nerves under control. I think also really trying to hit all different sorts of shots. So we've already seen her throw in a couple of slices, some higher balls, just trying to get a feel rather than just going out and thumping it. But she looks very calm, very composed. She is really a teenage sensation, and the pressure is cranking up already.
Well, we've got film crews on courtside already. I mean, this is the first round of qualifying at Wimbledon, for heaven's sake. And I suppose, but for political situations, perhaps she might have got to draw a wild card into the draw next week anyway. So it's a real opportunity for people who are here on the stadium court to see somebody that in years to come might only be on centre courts.
Yes, and I think people are very much expecting her to go up to the very top of the game. You never know quite how far. You think about Coco Gauff, of course. She's been a top 10 player for some time, but a lot of people would have had her winning a slam by now. And you never know how far they're going to go and how quickly. But of course, the lower ranks of the professional game have just been absolutely nothing for Andreeva. She has waltzed through them. But because it's been so quick, it's actually very fascinating to me. She's never played a match on grass, not in juniors, not in professionals. This is her first ever match in grass. She's the 7th seed here.
But you will be guaranteed that she will be prepared, because there's so much at stake, not just on the court, but off it as well.
Yes, and of course she would have done her prep as best she can. She did incredibly well at Roland Garros. But also, the reason there's so much hype is because of the adaptability of her game. The fact that she has every area really sewn up. It means that there's plenty of things in her game that can be maximised on this surface. She might need to find her footing a little bit, but she, of course, will be able to play on grass, and everybody expects that.
Louise was talking earlier on about how important it is, well, for any player, but especially the young, stellar potential stars, to surround themselves with the right people to ensure that they stay not exactly on the straight and narrow, but there's a clearly thought out process to the end game. From what you hear and from what you see, has she got that?
Yes, I think so. I think you can look at somebody like Carlos Alcaraz and see that he's always had that team in place. It's such a professional setup. Andreeva doing very similar things with her team. It's very difficult to know, really, because it's not just about experience. You need someone who's going to gel with you as well, get the best out of you, not just about forehands and backhands. So it's a little bit of trial and error, because everybody across the world of professional tennis trains in such different ways. Some people do quite high volume, others do much less, but try and make it more specific. So it's about what's finding out what works for you, which really at 16 years old you don't know that yet.
And if you were her Spanish opponent today, how do you approach a match like this?
Well, she's not really a fan of the grass, is Vicens Mas. She's much more of a clay courter. I think for her, it's all about, I'm going to make her play as many balls as possible. I'm going to really test her movement on the grass. We know that's the most difficult thing when you're inexperienced on this surface. Try and pull her wide and just try and make life as difficult as possible. She's not the favourite. Andreeva is expected to win this match, but Vicens Mas can be a nuisance.
Well, if this is the first time you've ever seen Andreeva play, then just sit back and enjoy it and say, in years to come, I remember the first time I saw her play. It was in qualifying at Wimbledon in 2023, and look at her now. You're going to commentate alongside John Lloyd. John, over to you.
Andreeva was given the...
Mira Andreeva to serve.
She lost the spin, and her opponent elected her to serve, which I think is a good move.
Play. Love. 21.
Hello, John.
How are you, Mary? That was a quick move there. Sprinted from the your position there, about 10 feet away.
I'm working on my agility.
Yes.
So what about this match for Andreeva? I mean, her first ever match on grass. Not professional, but she didn't play in the juniors. She has not played on this surface. So what are the main things she's got to get used to as in contrast to the other surfaces?
Movement. Moving, knowing how to move, put on the brakes when you need to, manage to push back off if you're out on wide balls. It's getting confidence on the grass. She's picked a good one to start with, though. This is a beautiful court. It's in great shape.
Super combination, the power and the touch, and Andreeva looking pretty relaxed. Opening game. Well, Vicens Mas, I guess she'll be going into this thinking, well, I need to make her move. Let's test out that movement, and that suits Vicens Mas in her game. She is very good at finding the width and trying to extend rallies as best she can.
I like that last point, though, the instinct there, not only hitting the drop shot, but moving up afterwards and expecting her opponent to possibly get it, so she'd have a comfortable volley to put away.
And it's very difficult to have this much pressure on you at 16 years old. As I say, she's favourite for this match. People are expecting her to qualify. She's never even played on this surface.
Yes. It's a lovely backhand, isn't it?
Well, she knows how to qualify for a Grand Slam, as she did in Paris not so long ago. Was the youngest qualifier at Roland Garros since Amélie Mauresmo. Came through qualifying without dropping a set. And then, of course, reached the third round before she lost to Coco Gauff.
That one,
15 all.
Let that ball drop a little bit low. It's almost like she was expecting a clay court bounce, which would have come up higher, and it didn't. And then she sort of, it was too far in front of her.
$15.30.
Well, Vicens Mas doesn't possess a huge serve, so she's not going to get too many cheap points. Andreeva will be looking for a strike, particularly on second serve.
again. That's the second one. That one was obviously a little bit shorter up the court, but those sort of shots there, from that distance from the net, you have to shorten up the swing a little bit, and you've got to see how she's not really low enough at that stage. She reacted a bit late. That one, you've got to take that on the rise, stay down on the ball, shorten the back swing, just punch it through. That was 2 points in this game, really, that she should have made on that slow sort of shot to her backhand.
That's a good start for Vicens Mas. She'll be feeling very much the underdog, but she'll be aware of the pressure at the other end of the court. And she'll try and be a nuisance. Mira Andreeva says that her best shot is the backhand down the line, closely followed by her serve.
That's the shot.
It's as if I knew.
You knew what she was going to do there, Naomi. Come on.
Maybe she can hear us. Probably talking too loudly. Doing better, moving up to that short ball that time.
13-love.
This time she was very careful on that short one. Sure, she kept her eye on that ball.
Right to the corner. Oh, the kick serve working on the grass court as well. Too much for Vicens Mas to handle. And 3 holds of serve to kick things off. Andreeva leads 2-1.
The third match on Stadium Court will feature the 2014 Wimbledon finalist Eugenie Bouchard. She's one of 6 women in the qualifying draw here who have reached the semi-finals or better in the singles event at a Grand Slam. At the age of 29, she's currently ranked outside the world's top 200, but there's still plenty of fire in this Canadian as she bids to work her way back up the rankings.
No signs of pressure, no signs of tension so far. Vicens Mas is going to make her play a lot of balls. Just a month ago, Mira Andreeva was the world #1 in juniors. She reached the Australian Open final in January. It's been a seamless transition from juniors to seniors. Quite honestly, so far, has found the professional game quite straightforward. And for Vicens Mas, she's played 3 professional matches on grass in her career, has lost all 3 of those in straight sets. She really does love the clay. Tries to spend as much of her year on clay as possible.
15-all. T15.
Vicens Mas is looking fairly locked in so far. Played a hard court tournament a couple of weeks ago. That was a lower level challenger. She did reach the final. Super hand skills. A lovely little cut, digging that one out from low down to the feet.
Yes, we've really seen the variety that she has in her game. And this one, a little sort of inside out drop shot there, not a lot of spin on that ball, making it die. Tough to pick that one up.
T30.
Just gets away.
Deuce.
She's looking to be aggressive. Vicens Mas, she doesn't want to be pushed around too much. Get underneath that one.
Sometimes gets a little bit late with the footwork as well. Doesn't adjust quick enough.
So an opportunity here for Andreeva. First break point of the match.
Oh, what a shot. And once again there, just showing how much she loves the two-handed backhand. A lot of players, for those last two shots, would have run round and hit forehands. But she elected to go with the backhand. That's the shot she loves. You see here, she starts off, and here, this one here would have been run round by a lot of players on the tour to hit the forehand. But no, that's her favourite shot. And she said, that's it, I'm having that one. Don't blame her.
She's not happy about that call. She thought she just squeezed that one on the line. Just a few few too many unforced errors in the game of Vicens Mas at the moment. Service looking very effective as well. Vicens Mas just not able to really get a read on it.
Serve now. Serve now. Oh, she wasn't there. That was a child would have been sitting by the umpire's chair by now. Sporting? No.
Just catching that a little late.
14-15.
Still a couple of game points though. It's been an excellent start. Yeah, big forehand, finding the sideline. That was needed.
40-30.
Not missing many first serves, is she?
Looking very smooth in every department.
First set.
Mira Andreeva moves to a 4-1 lead in the first set. That's the Andreeva camp. See coach in the black cap, Jean-René Lisnard. Must be so exciting working with a top junior prospect like this, but there's a lot of pressure because everyone knows the potential.
That's right.
And it's your job
to
guide.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think some people actually feel like it's your job to make it happen. Right, here's the player with the potential, right? You turn her into a professional.
Well,
but I'd argue it's more up to the player.
Well, I agree too, but let's face it, the coaching profession is not exactly its most stable one, is it? In terms of if the results aren't good very quickly, it's always your fault, and you get pushed pretty quick. So, yeah, it looks pretty rosy at the moment, but if the results aren't as quick enough for certain people, then bye-bye to the coach.
So Vicens Mas trailing here. Down an early break. She's been trying to be aggressive. Just a few too many unforced errors. Needs to try and tidy things up. Big striking.
Love that instinct. Get in there as soon as you can when you see that ball floating. Don't wait for it to drop. She smacks that ball there and then boom, there she goes.
Well, she had the instinct there, read the drop shot. She was off and running before Vicens Mas even played it.
Yeah, she did. The overhead was not the greatest, but got the job done. She sort of mishit it a little bit here, but again, look at that way she stayed nice and low on the ball. Pretty good depth on the approach. And this was a bit too open on that overhead. A slight miss-hit, but got away with it. Might be one of those cases where when you do your homework, Andreeva is you play her forehand a lot, a bit like Coco Gauff in a lot of ways. I don't think a forehand is weak, but you can see where the strength is on the back end, and in some ways sometimes helps players when they get hit early on for weakness because they have to improve it.
Oh, this is real trouble for Vicens Mas. This set slipping away. She's facing a couple of break points here. Andreeva looking for a double break. Good effort on defence.
She got the job done there eventually. But she should have put this ball away a couple of shots earlier. Vicens Mas, but she'll take it. But
still a break point. Should be a little frustrated with that. Vicens Mas hanging in as best she can.
Advantage, Vicens Mas.
good effort.
Great effort, isn't it, to hold that game. Makes a couple of break points. Vicens Mas is one of those real feisty competitors. Even when things aren't going her way, you're not going to see it written on her face. She's just going to go again next point.
Well, you can imagine looking at her game, and this is no disrespect, but she should have had to have been grinding a lot of matches out. She doesn't have any real big, huge weapons in today's game, but it's won a lot of matches on clay. But I can't imagine too many of them have been sort of under an hour matches. I mean, she's had to probably put a lot of working over her career, so she's not afraid of it. That's gorgeous.
Just
It really is.
kissed the top of the net. And as it dipped down, but Vicens Mas wasn't going to get anywhere close to that.
That's a lovely feel. And it looks like she's going to hit the full swing and then just shortens up the swing. Feels that ball nice and low there. Oh, you've got to love those.
Well,
that's what they're there for. That's what they're there for.
It all counts.
All counts. I love that second serve, by the way. I don't know about you, Naomi, but one of the things I look at young players is how they hit their second serves, whether they can kick them. I don't mean kick them with the ball, but I mean, you know, really to bend and hit that top spin serve. And a lot of the ladies play it's much better now, but tend to have a lot of very flat second serves, a lot of double faults. You have to have that safety serve. And she already at 16 years old, you can see they've worked on that, and it's a very natural serve. Let's see it again here. As soon as I say this, she'll serve a double fault, of course, but. That is a safety second serve, and that will get better as the years go on. She'll hit the kick, but with more pace than that. I mean, you can just see the way she arcs her back here, and there's that brushes up on the ball. Now that ball was 3 feet over the net. You're not going to serve too many double faults doing that.
She's still in charge. Mira Andreeva. Looking fairly comfortable. It's only one break of serve, but she leads the first set 5-2. So what do you think about her technique overall, John? Because I think when we have these real youngsters come through, sometimes the technique can get a little left behind because they become so focused on winning. Because it's always a balance between development and winning. But you think about Coco Gauff, the technical flaws she's had to deal with the forehand and the double faults on the serve. Alexander Zverev, the double faults on his serve as well.
That's right.
How's she looking?
I think she looks pretty good. I mean, I think there is definitely some work to be done on her forehand side. I mean, forehand, it's not a bad shot, but I think a couple of times you can see it gets a little bit late and doesn't have the penetration that the backhand. The backhand is excellent. I like the feel she's got on the drop shots and around when she has to improvise, she does it very well. The serve is excellent. Movement, I think, is pretty good. Seems to defend pretty well. I mean, you would give her pretty high marks out of 10 right now, and she's only 16.
So a couple of words from the coaching camp of Vicens Mas. Can she do anything to get back into this set? She trails 5-2. Made it difficult. A lovely dipper from Andreeva. Vicens Mas doesn't like getting low.
See, that to me, with the second serve there, and Andreeva there, you see she just sort of wanted the ball to come into a backhand, but didn't do much with it. I think that is one shot she'll have to learn, hitting that inside-out forehand and really getting a lot more pace on it. Can't always use the backhand on that shot.
Again, just struggling to get the legs down underneath such a low, skidding bounce. And Andreeva finds herself at set point.
That forehand there, sorry to pick on the forehand, but that was middle of the court, nothing on it. And even though she got unfortunate with the net call that came against us, that was still a sort of an iffy shot with no penetration on the ball.
Yeah, these nets are a little bit looser than the rest of the tour all year. Not like those American nets. You hit a net cord, it goes about 10 feet in the air. Vicens Mas giving it her all, cranking up the heat there.
Advantage, Vicens Mas.
Well, that was just too good. Trading shots here, and then she got that. That's the way to step round. That inside-out forehand.
Vicens Mas saves the set point and manages to hold, so will force Andreeva, the 7th seed, to try and serve this opening set out.
Andreeva leads 5-3. First set.
Vicens Mas is starting to punish anything that is just not quite of the highest quality.
That's exactly right. She knows that that's the only chance she's got here. She's got to try and get that strike in early.
Oh, another dead net cord. She can't believe it.
There's a lot not going on. I've never seen so many net cords.
3 in a short space of time. One of them did go Andreeva's way.
Mm-hmm.
Just went for a little too much.
15-30.
Love 30, that's an opportunity.
Hit the line, but just slightly wide.
Great combination, looking so comfortable on that drive volley.
Well, it's difficult to know
30-all.
how good a volley is because we haven't really seen too many, but what we have seen, the technique's been pretty good. We've seen the drive volley. Well, this one looks like she can hit this in a sleep. This one, a little bit more of a test, still at a nice height, but good technique on that forehand volley.
Well, Andreeva just hasn't flinched. Face has looked exactly the same all the way through this match, just focused. And she's got another set point, this time on serve. A real quality set of tennis from 16-year-old Mira Andreeva. It was only the one break of serve, but she is doing more than enough to keep control of this match. She takes the opening set against Vicens Mas, 6-3. Well, what about that, John?
Well,
looking like she's
impressive.
such an experienced player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked about her first serve percentage. It actually 63%. The last couple of games it went off a bit. For the first 3 games she was sort of in the 80 percentile, but again pretty dominant on the service side. 71% she wins when she gets her first serve in. She wins 80% when she kicks that second serve in, which is very impressive. More winners, 10-7. And almost half the unforced errors. So a very solid set, and already you can see the strengths that she has in her game. I mean, she's just a very good competitor. She plays the big points well. She mixes it up. She's not a sort of a one-pace player. Again, like her to work a little bit on the forehand, going through the court a little bit more. I think she needs to flatten it out and get a little bit more pace. But I mean, that's hypercritical. But I'm talking about if we're looking at her, you know, going up the next level, the backhand right away, you could say, look, okay, we can just keep that right now, and we don't have to change that at all or do anything. But the forehand, I think it needs to be more potent than it is at the moment. Movement looks good. Haven't seen enough of her volleys yet. Serve excellent, and the demeanour is first class. She looks like a winner, doesn't she?
Time.
The moment she came on court, she just had that air about her.
Yeah, just looks like a professional tennis player. I think with getting that more penetration, particularly on the forehand side, I think it might be the balls. That's something that people don't realise. You've got the court, you've got the movement. Of course, this surface is different, but she would have never played with balls this heavy before.
That's
because
true.
It's so much heavier, the ball we use on this surface. Maybe not just flying off the racket as she expects, so she loses a bit of depth. So what can Vicens Mas do here, opening up set number 2? Andreeva has a couple of records to her name. She's the youngest player to reach the last 16 of a WTA 1000 event since the format began in 2009. Did that in Madrid. Picked up a couple of top 20 wins before she lost to Arina Sabalenka. Superb rally, both players working incredibly hard, and Mira Andreeva just completely resetting the point with that high lob right to the baseline.
It was a wonderful defensive lob, wasn't it? A lot of depth in that rally as well.
She does defend with shape very effectively. Another record that Andreeva has. She's the only player in ITF World Tennis Tour history to win multiple titles at the W60 level or above before she turned 16. Now, of course, that level wasn't around in the Hingis Capriati era. I'm sure they would have done it. Looking to make an early move in set 2. Saved. She really needs to get this game on the board and not slip into a deficit early on.
That's brilliant.
Brave
she has.
On the big points.
She didn't have much room there to aim at because Andreeva was already over that side, but she found the corner beautifully.
Maybe going for a little more height. Something Vicens Mas could look at that one, just jumping up a bit higher, and Andreeva getting it all wrong. You can see the puff from the line coming up, clearly in.
Can't believe that.
That's going to sting. An overall from the chair. It has been corrected, but the point will be played again.
And Andreeva there was certainly in pole position in that rally. Now, that's right on the line.
Couldn't get it high enough. Couldn't dig it out. But it's Vicens Mas that digs out a tough hold. Down a couple of break points, and Andreeva, for the first time, not looking particularly happy about that. Wasn't able to capitalise. 1-love, second set.
She played this so well. And she anticipated the drop shot there, and that was a winner. If she'd just got another foot higher, and it was a comfortable shot, really. And she just totally misjudged it. Thank you very much. She's a fighter, isn't she?
That's what she
Vincenz
does.
Mas, yeah, she's not.
That's how she wins.
That's exactly right. And you can
No
see
big
her.
weapon.
Imagine on the red clay there, just hours and hours, just getting balls back.
Be a nightmare to play against.
Yeah.
Quickly, please.
Interesting from Andreeva, she pretty much walked straight round. She's just been standing at the baseline. I think she was a little irritated by that last game.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, seems like she's got in her head a little bit, as I say, very quick into that first point. Didn't really go through the routines that we've been seeing from her through the first set. Missed the first serve by a long way. She's now rushing into this point.
All. And second serve. Didn't
really make the correction. The first one took the top of the net on the way through, so you got to get that extra shape, which you've been very complimentary of. She's been able to do it well.
Oh, what a chance
opportunity.
there. She earned that point too.
30 all.
I think Andreeva will be feeling a little fortunate to be at 30 all in this game.
Oh, no.
Wow. She read it like a book.
She was there too early, if anything.
30,
she just
40.
got jammed. She was so quick getting up to this one. And then you see here, there wasn't the split step. And she just got sort of jammed on it. And that was an easy volley, too.
And she's really trying to rush as well and has been made to wait. Break point.
Opportunity.
It's almost maybe Vicens Mas is so focused on herself she can't feel the tension that's come into Andreeva's game. Just got away as well. Plenty of errors from Vicens Mas in this game. Andreeva, she's straight to the baseline. She's not interested in any time between points.
Well, she's going to have to get used to this because players are going to try and slow her down. She's one of the quickest players. You don't need to have a speed clock with her playing. But her opponent is taking time. She's perfectly entitled to that.
Well, she's done well to hold there, and I think a sigh of relief, because that could have easily slipped away from her.
1 game all, second set.
Having a little chat with the coach. He looks like he's a bit cold. I'm not sure where he lives, the coach, but it must be a warm climate because he's dressed like it's about 10 degrees here or something.
Cannes, that's where they train.
Oh, so, okay. So.
She's been training there since 2022.
Love 15.
Well, the concerning thing for Vicens Mas is that that might be the only wobble she really gets a look at from Andreeva. That last game. Found the baseline. Enough whip and dip just to bring it down in time.
15 all.
It's a good point. Good rally here from both players. Actually, some very good forehands there from Andreeva. Flattened out one. Nice heavy spin on the other.
Out.
Late call.
15-30.
Well, 2 double faults in this game, and the unforced errors really for Vicens Mas have just been far too high. When you've got her game style, you've got to be tight and tidy.
Yeah, exactly.
So a couple of break points now for Andreeva to stretch away in set 2. Oh, I hope there's someone with him. Just bought himself a ticket, wandered in. The backhand down the line. It is beautiful, silky smooth. And it is a break of serve for Mira Andreeva. She doesn't look particularly happy still, but she's in a great position up at a set and a break. Well, there are, of course, so many courts in action. Look at that. Where do you ever see that? Just courts in a row.
Unbelievable.
It is such a fantastic facility that has been undergoing so many developments year after year. And I know you were the same as me. You walked in this year. Couldn't believe the change.
No. Well, I played in this one time, failed miserably, actually, many, many years ago. And it was, well, quite a bit of a dump, to tell you the truth. And now it is just improved. Like you could have a regular tournament here with no problem, and it will be, the facilities will be extremely welcomed by the spectators and the players. You get views of all the courts. I mean, what a day out it is. People come there, they bring their little sandwiches and stuff, and they sit on the lawn and just watch match after match. It's a fabulous 4 days.
Really nice, relaxed vibe here.
There we go. Want some of that.
That's how to do it. He's on the energy bar already.
Yeah.
Midway through the second set's about the right time.
Yeah. thought she jumped a bit too early for that overhead, but she's such a good athlete. She still managed to keep control of the overhead. I think to me, she jumped too early, but very good ending.
I should say as well that for Andreeva at 16 years old, if you're not aware, that she's going to be limited on how many tournaments she can play. 12 from her 16th birthday to her 17th birthday. She can't play any more than 12 professional events.
Great shot. I presume I don't know who she's managed by, but that doesn't include with her very clever agent, maybe booking about 20 exhibitions.
Yeah.
Would that count?
Exhibitions are limited as well.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Maybe not at 16, actually, but I think definitely when you're 14.
Oh,
they're limited.
okay. They say, okay. Well, she's equally as good with that two-handed backhand drive volley as she is with the one-handed forehand drive volley. We saw 2 or 3 of those in the first set, and now there she is. No problem with that shot. I don't know why the men don't use that.
Drive volley?
Yeah, they really
or the age eligibility rule.
Well, that too. Got that one wrong. That was a tough shot to make. It was a big point to go for it too.
Yeah, a bit of a panic, and Vicens Mas has a chance to level things up once again. Break point. Andreeva, I mean, she will have to play other events, whether it's exhibitions or go back to juniors. But this is her 4th tournament already since her 16th birthday, which was only the 29th of April. So she's only got 8 more for virtually a whole year. It's not a lot. Also, you're limited on the amount of wildcards you can take. She can only take 4 wildcards through the season as well. And by contrast, on the men's tour, you can play as much as you want. At any age, you can have as many wildcards as you want. Little bit of a slip there.
First time.
Feels like she has moved fairly well, all in all, but just lost her footing.
We see that, you think ankles, you think please.
It's a bit wobbly there, but even just something as small as that, even though she hasn't picked up an injury or anything, it can just give you a bit of a jolt, a bit of a shock, and settle you. Unforced errors of Vicens Mas. They're just hanging around. You cannot shake them.
Yeah, she's had quite a few opportunities, and a lot of times she's been in control of the point, and then she just throws in an error for no reason.
Dropping a little far back in the court there.
Deuce.
And it's funny, it's almost the wrong way round. The first set looked like Andreeva was comfortable on the surface, and it's only now, I think we're starting to see her get frustrated. Delightful. So delicate.
Such an important shot to have in your repertoire, and she is so comfortable playing it. She hit one backhand that wasn't particularly good, but she's had, what, 3 or 4 others on both sides where they've been excellent.
Game, Andreeva.
Tough hold, but a hold nonetheless.
Andreeva leads 3 games to 1. Second set.
At this stage, she hasn't been broken. Set and 3-1.
I like the way they're on that game. There was a couple of times where her first serve percentage was not good, and then she just hit a change up there on that last point just to make sure 3/4 kicker didn't want to have to hit a second serve at that stage.
She's done a lot of good work, Vicens Mas. I like the way that she's approached the match. You can see the intent, the purpose, that's all looking good, but the execution is just a bit patchy. You can see that it works when she gets it together, and actually it's really annoying Andreeva. Just too many unforced errors. Pushed that one. Didn't quite play the complete shot.
30-15.
Strike, clean, precise.
30-all.
She's got time on that backhand side. It is devastating.
$40-30.
Andreeva's still got a little bit of work to do on figuring out the return position. It's different to the other surfaces. Need to be a little bit closer up. Just feels like she's a bit too deep in the court, considering how strong of a returner she is. Edging her way forward through that point.
Deuce.
It's the way to run your opponent around. She just was finding such depth and close to the line, side to side. Never let her opponent breathe in that point.
Advantage, Andreeva.
Well, trouble brewing once again for Vicens Mas. This one dropping a little short. Andreeva all over it. Find the width.
Deuce.
She sort of got in between there. She wasn't sure she should slide onto that forehand or move, and she sort of got stuck. It was off balance when she hit the forehand.
It used to be that players would only slide on clay, but now players are sliding on a hard court to that as well, so it's really only grass where it's a bit more difficult. You can slide. We do see it. Only when the grass is lush, though. If it's not, you're gonna hit the deck. Super depth.
Advantage,
No
Andreeva.
answer from Vicens Mas on that.
Please.
Oh, Andreeva there's getting attacked by a wasp or a bee or something. That's what you use your forehand for.
Oh!
Brilliant.
Beautiful striking. And the double break is secured. Mira Andreeva has been a little bit irritated in set 2, but she's not really under any huge threat. She leads a set 4-1. The quality of ball striking from Andreeva is sky high. Since Mas just hasn't been able to live with her, really.
It's, she's tough to play already at this young age. I think a coach at the end of the match, presuming that she gets through this, or either way, you know, one of the things he would say to her would be just mentally, just went off just a couple of times when she got irritated with a few things. Players do get irritated, we all do, but the top players, it lasts about 20-30 seconds and then they're rid of it before the next point. It seemed to dwell on her for a couple of points, and you are going to get these type of points on any tournament, and grass maybe more so than others with niggly bounces here and there, but you've just got to accept it and make sure you're ready for the next point.
Well, if you're enjoying our coverage, but you want to keep up to date with everything, but you need to get out and about, don't worry, check out the app. You can listen to the Wimbledon radio channel. Full coverage of the qualifiers from 10:45 AM every day, so you don't need to miss a thing.
She's been quite good today at getting herself in winning positions in rallies, Vicens Mas, but then the shot that she needs to put away, that's when she's made these unforced errors.
Oh, that's very good. That is classy.
Well, maybe she'll become the Carlos Alcaraz of the women's circuit with the best drop shot.
Yeah.
I mean, Alcaraz has got the best drop shot in the men's game by far, and we've seen 8 already today at least.
looked like a simple finish. Well, I think that's just the way that the game has gone, hasn't it? I mean, because we had the big influx of power players, and then the response to that was that people have dropped their positioning further back in the court to try and soak up the pace, and the movements become so strong. If players are that deep in the court, well, then the natural thing is to bring in the drop shot. So I think we're seeing it coming in more and more, the underarm serves on the men's side as well.
Absolutely. No, there's no doubt about it. I mean, drop shot 20 years ago almost didn't exist.
No. I wouldn't have won many matches if people were drop shotting me. I had no idea. Lacey. You do see these evolutions of the game, and it's always a response. Somebody drives it on, and then the rest of the field go away and work out what they can do about it.
Good shot.
Bit of fizz on that forehand.
Deuce.
She's not let her head drop at all, and I mean, if I were her, I'd be pretty frustrated at those unforced errors coming in when she's on top of the point.
Advantage, Andreeva.
And you just tend to forget that she's only 16 years old, and you look at the serve, that's going to get bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, all these strokes are going to get stronger.
Just gets the wrong way there.
Deuce.
It does also feel like she's been able to just do enough to be in charge of the match. She hasn't really done anything that flashy.
No.
We know she can. She's got other levels, but it's not been required, so you don't need to worry about it.
Andreeva. Game, Andreeva.
Edging closer to her first grass court victory, her first victory in Wimbledon qualifying. How far can she go? Remember, only in 2021, Emma Raducanu at the US Open. She was at this stage and she lifted the trophy. It's got to fill somebody like an Andreeva with so much belief that it can happen. That's really changed the mindset of players on tour. Oh, that's huge.
And that shot is, it's as good as any out there on the tour already.
Swipe at that one.
Love 30.
And it's feeling like this one is going to be over fairly soon. Vicens Mas just not able to get the execution level high enough. 2 points away now, Andreeva. another huge backhand down the line. It is her best shot.
Love 14.
And now Mira Andreeva. Well, she really has bossed this match. And she's got 3 match points.
There we go.
16-year-old Mira Andreeva wins her first ever match on grass that she's ever played. And she does it here at Wimbledon, qualifying through to the second round. She is the 7th seed. She is a hot prospect. 1 match, 2 to go for Andreeva to get to the main draw. She comes through comfortably. 6-3, 6-1. Lots of new elements for Andreeva to deal with, as it always is when you're 16, but a new surface, new conditions, new balls, things she's never had to deal with before, and she's seeded and expected to win, but really a professional experience and quality performance.
Oh, she was so solid. I mean, there were so many things to see in her game that you're going, wow, backhand particularly, and the second serve, the drop shots. It was fun to watch.
Hard to believe that she's only 16, such composure. And we can hear from her now, talking to John Inverdale.
Mira, that was your first ever match on grass. So what do you think of the surface?
Of course, the first few practices was not easy for me. Strange bounce, strange surface. It's difficult to move, but now I like it. I won my first match, and I feel pretty confident on the grass, so I hope I will continue to do the same in the next match.
As the match went on, did you feel it becoming easier beneath your feet?
Actually, no. The whole match I felt nervous. I felt a little bit stressed in the beginning, of course. And because I slid like a few times there, I was a little bit afraid to slide again, to not take injury. So I was nervous the whole match, and she, of course, played really good. So yes.
Talking about being nervous, do you get nervous with all the attention that is surrounding you at the moment? There are film crews at the far end of the court who are following every step that you make, or are you able to block that out?
I kind of like it, you know, and it's the right people around me, and my team is helping me super good with this. My parents, my sister, and just the right people around me, they help me to not to get easily distracted on this thing. So yes.
Tell us about your sister, who's a bit older than you, and she's playing a bit later on. Will you watch her play?
I hope so, but our coach is a little bit tough with that. They say that we need to just do our thing, and then if we have time, I can watch her, of course. I want to watch her, but I'm super nervous, and I think if I will watch her, then she might get this nerves from me, so maybe it's better not to watch. I will think about it.
Is there still some rivalry between the two of you?
Honestly, in the beginning of our career, yes, I was always trying to beat her. I was always trying to be the same. But now, me, you can ask her, but me, I just try to support her. It's really tough time for both of us, and we're just trying to support each other, and that's it.
I'll ask you one terrible question, because in this country, obviously, a couple of years ago, Emma Raducanu achieved something extraordinary at the US Open. Do you have the belief that perhaps you could do something similar at Wimbledon?
Maybe, I don't know, who knows, but I will just do my thing, and if it will happen, of course I will be super happy about this, but I will just continue playing my game. I will just do my thing, not getting distracted on all these things, and yeah, I will just play, and we will see what will happen.
Well, it was a brilliant start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, incredibly level-headed.
No, not composed at all there, was she?
Absolutely phenomenal at 16 years old, loves the attention, just bring it on. She says she's going to do her thing. Well, her thing is pretty phenomenal to watch. Really exciting, I think, to hear her speak like that and see a performance like that.
Oh, it was outstanding. I love the way she said, I didn't really like it at first, and then I quite liked it, but then I was a bit worried about slipping, so I was nervous the whole way. It didn't really look like that, did it?
Yeah, and she was very sweet about her sister as well. Really refreshing, honest answers. You can really feel what her situation is like. And it's all looking pretty positive right now. A victory for Andreeva. First round of Wimbledon qualifying. Remember, she'd never played a single match on grass, not even in juniors. But these are the numbers. And she only offered up a couple of break points for Vicens Mas to have a look at, but there were no conversions, so that's a pretty good grass court performance. No breaks of serve. Thoroughly bossing the match. Was pretty good with the unforced errors as well. Plenty of net play, drop shots. We saw a bit of everything, and she will be pleased that that one was relatively straightforward at 6-3, 6-1. So let's take a little look at how things stand on Stadium Court. You can see there was a win for the Brit, Yuriko Miyazaki, 6-2, 6-4. She won that match, the first match of the day, and then we just saw Mira Andreeva win her match 6-3, 6-1, so fairly straightforward. A couple of crackers still to come though, and next up will be Eugenie Bouchard against Greek Minnen.
We'll talk a bit more about Mira Andreeva in just a sec, but let's check what's been happening while you were watching that match. So out on court 10, here's Ann Lee of the USA against Aleksandra Krunic of Serbia.
Okay, play.
And a pretty emphatic second set there of 6-1. Let's hear what she made of that.
Anne, that was a pretty comprehensive win against a very experienced opponent.
Yes, yeah, it was very tough match. I knew it was going to be close. Luckily, I was able to stay efficient and on top most of the match. But she's just coming back from a really tough and long injury, so it's nice to have her back on court.
And you've had your fair share of injury troubles in recent years as well. How are you feeling now?
Yes, I have. It's been a tough couple of years. Felt like when I was getting momentum, that's when I would have the injury. So it's tough to go forward and then back and then kind of make your way up again. But I feel good, healthy. I'm just happy to be in Wimbledon. It's probably the most special place to me, so I'm really happy to be here.
Special also because 6 years ago you reached the junior girls final, and I remember that match clearly, in fact, of a packed court one.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't realize that was 6 years ago. I feel really old, especially since my birthday was yesterday. So.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. No, I mean, yeah, that still till today is one of the fondest, best memories I have on with my tennis. So it's an amazing experience, and hopefully I can make it through.
Right, so then to, I think, the longest match of the day so far today, out on court 2, Polona Hercog of Slovenia against Jamie Forlis of Australia, and that went to a third set. It was we watched the last 2 or 3 games in that match, and long rallies, really hotly competitive. And here's what the victorious Aussie, had to say afterwards. Jamie, well done. That was a real battle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a pretty tough match, pretty tough grass court match. Yeah, really happy to get through. She's a pretty quality opponent, can play very well on grass, so yeah, happy to get through that one.
You did seem to be in complete control early in the second set. What happened then?
I think I just lost my serve a little bit when you're not hitting enough first serves, and she's tall, she's big, can hit the ball well, and she started to strike a few much better than earlier in the set, so I think I just lost my ways and she started to serve much better. Yeah, and I just had to bounce back, and I think I did that really well, and yeah, proud of myself for that one.
And you got through qualifying here last year, so what are your recollections of that?
Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, every time I come back here, I think from now on that's a memory I'm going to have forever. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Got pretty good cheer squad in the corner. My sister came here with me last year, and she didn't actually know qualifying was here, so the goal was to quali so that I could take her to Wimbledon. So yeah, that's the step this year as well.
And having been to Wimbledon once, how much does that carrot, if you like, hang in the air and you desperately want to do it again?
Yeah, definitely. I think since last year, it's something I always actually remember. It's something I always, you know, when you go through your photos in your phone, you're like, that was a good moment and you want that to happen again. So, yeah, hopefully this year I can do the same.
2 more to go.
2 more to go. That's the plan.
Next stop for us is court 9. This is where Tamara Zidanec of Slovenia, who's seeded 30 here in qualifying, was playing Daria Ashtakova. A match that went to a third and very tight final set, as you can see, and a long old rally to decide things. And the ball just drifting wide. So the Slovenian going through to meet Anne Kiothafong.
Tamara, that was a hard-fought win.
Yeah, it was. I played her last year twice on clay, but again, it was a battle like the previous 2 matches, and I'm really happy that I managed to win.
2 years ago, you reached the semi-finals of the French Open. You've had a lot of success on clay. What are the challenges on grass for you?
Well, to play more. I don't think I've played 20 matches in my life, to be honest. So I really, really like it. It does suit my game style, I think, but I would prefer to play more. But I mean, every win that I can get under my belt, I'm really happy about.
Well, rest and recovery for you now. How will you prepare for the next one?
Yeah, rest and recovery. Zone out for a little bit, and just get ready to do the same thing all over again tomorrow.
Good luck.
Well, from one player who's much more at home on the clay to another one, a French player, Océane Dodin, 10th seed here against Mona Bartel of Germany. That's a match that we'd often expect perhaps to have seen in a main draw. But anyway, the French player came through, as you can see, in straight sets. Here were her thoughts after that. Océane, well done. There was a lot of emotion towards the end there.
Yeah, it's always very special to play there. I love it, so I'm very happy to be there every year. Of course, it would be better to be at Wimbledon, but I love here. I love the atmosphere, everything here. So it was I'm just very happy with this win.
And you have played at Wimbledon, so once you've done it once, how much more do you want it again and again?
I cannot say. It's like unbelievable. Wimbledon, I think, is my favorite tournament with Roland Garros. But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I love it so much, and when you play it once, you want to go every year and every year. So I'm going to fight to be in the main draw.
I must just ask you, you've got a lot of strapping on your knee. Is that a big problem?
It's not really. I mean, it's just for protection. I was injured three weeks ago, but now I'm okay. So it just to make me feel good.
Keep going.
Thank you.
There's the strapping on Dodin's knee. Talking about the longest match, this I think undoubtedly now has overtaken the other one. This is the longest match of the day so far. Kayla Day of the USA against Leslie Patinama-Herkov of the Netherlands. And she came back from all sorts of break points down and 5-2 down. That was a real gutsy, determined performance. She must have been in a good mood when she spoke to Anne.
Kayla, what a win. It was a real roller coaster. What was going through your mind when you were 5-2 down in the final set?
I mean, she was playing very well to get up 5-2. I told myself just to keep fighting, and you never know what can happen. And yeah, somehow it worked out.
And I believe that's your first win as a pro on grass?
Yeah, my second match ever as a professional and my first ever win on grass.
And now you've just started working with the former Wimbledon champion, Pat Cash. What's he like to work with?
He's so amazing to work with, really. He's incredible. And yeah, he just told me he told me before the match, however long it takes, just keep fighting. And that's what I did.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, here we are beside our main stadium court here with Eugenie Bouchard, former Wimbledon finalist, playing in our third match today. But just before we talk about her, a quick word. I know you want to have a word about the superstar that we just saw, not just on the court, but off it. Her manner, her demeanour, extraordinary for a 16-year-old.
I mean, how composed was she? I mean, it was almost like she's been doing that for the last 5 years. And it was the same way with her performance. There were so many admirable things to watch about her game. For me, the weapons that we can already see, the backhand, the serve, the drop shot, and there's things that she can work on. I mean, you'd love to be her coach because she's only going to get better, and she's already, you can see, she knows what she's doing out in the court, and she's just calm, way beyond her years.
Yeah, I can't wait to see her play again tomorrow. Okay, let's talk about Eugenie Bouchard. We've actually got footage here of her playing Simona Halep in the semi-finals. In the semi-finals proper of Wimbledon 9 years ago. And it's a beautiful sunny day it was then too. Through to the final. And here she is now. That's an indication, perhaps more than anything, of her desire to get back there.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, financially, I don't think we have to worry about her too much.
No.
She's been very successful, but she still thinks that she can be a presence on the tour. She's had terrible injury problems, and she still loves the game and wants to play. Why not? I mean, it's amazing to see someone like her, as many others in this draw, that you can watch in the qualifying. And you've got the young ones coming up, and then you've got the vets that are trying to stay relevant, and they're all here.
Would you have given her a wild card into the main draw?
I don't think so this year. Certainly, she has got one other years. I don't think so this year, but she's a great attraction still, that's for sure.
Okay, well, let's join Louise, who's going to be commentating on this. This is a really interesting match, and we've still got one more match to come today, by the way, on this court, which features the daughter of Hana Mandlikova. So there's real tennis dynasties on display here at Roehampton this afternoon.
And here we are. Wimbledon qualifying and Community Sports Centre. It's the main court here, and gee, this is a cracking match. It's been the Wimbledon finalist back in 2014, Eugenie Bouchard. She'll be serving, and her opponent is Greet Minnen.
La.
Just fabulous seeing the players in white against the green backdrop. Well, that's the strength of Eugenie Bouchard, and she can do it on clay, she can do it on hard court. And she certainly can do this on grass. That's where staying up inside that court, really taking time away from her opponent, is what she does very well. A terrific start here so far for the Canadian. Well, some free swinging there from Bouchard to take the opening game, and wow, looking like she is very focused. Oh, this is how you want to start when you are walking on the court for your very first match in qualifying, and certainly there'll be a little bit of nerves here as well. That is wonderful, that forehand, that open stance. Look at that early preparation. Great balance and really taking that nice and early. And she's pretty happy with that. Moves over to Chen Zhan. So Greet to start her serve. Oh, and she's got time, Minnen. That's what she can do. And I think Bouchard will be trying to not allow her to do that. She needs a little bit more space. It's grown up on clay, tends to have bigger swings, but catching that one perfectly.
30-15.
Oh, just the pace catching Bouchard, and I'd like to welcome alongside me is Naomi Cavaday. Great match, Naomi. I should say of course, your last name is now Austin, but yeah, great match here, and big expectations for really both of these players.
It's a tough draw, isn't it? For either end.
Absolutely.
You're thinking, oh, wow, there were some easier draws out and about, weren't there?
Yeah, 2 o'clock yesterday was not a happy time for either of these players when they, you go up to the WTA, the cabin up there, and you're all excited, who am I going to get? And then you think, wow, that's tough, because both of these players have got loads of experience. Obviously, Bouchard, it's taken a little bit of time to get back to this level.
Whoa.
The question is, when Eugenie is at her absolute best, she plays very flat, likes to take time away. Sometimes, though, if she's not feeling the ball, it can be a little bit high risk, and we're going to see if she doesn't find that range, that ball just missing that baseline just by a little.
Yeah, it's not a lot of margin with the Bouchard game.
Oh.
And I think when you play such a high-risk way, it becomes so confidence-based. As you say, if you're feeling ever so slightly off, then your game actually just falls apart and you just miss like crazy. And I think that's why we've seen the highs and the lows of the Bouchard career, because if you don't have confidence, and you can't rely on confidence, it's not always there.
Well, nerves too, just that little bit of tightness that you might have for a player that just does not allow for much margin forever. I mean, that ball is just so narrowly not touching the net. Everything's so flat. A little bit of tension makes a big difference. And Great has really been getting that ball nice and deep too. When she's got time, though, she's generally a better hard court and a better clay court player, you would imagine.
Yeah, it's the depth, really. There's the main goal when you're playing against Bouchard. She stays so tight to the baseline.
So a good hold there for the Canadian Eugenie Bouchard. She leads 2-1 in this opening set.
Well, it is really nice to see Bouchard back and, really working hard, playing matches week in, week out. Of course, she had such a long period out with surgery on her shoulder. Big injury for her. Has had to start completely from scratch. Ranking was gone. I think some people would have a raised eyebrow at her not getting a wild card into the main event, seeing she's a former finalist, but that was some time ago now.
Yeah, there's been a fair amount of space, hasn't there? That's, what's that, 9 years?
Yeah.
And so you think, how long do you hang on to that? And if you haven't stayed in the game and created that presence, I think there's equal kind of argument, I think. And I mean, how great is it for Wimbledon qualifying that she's here?
Yeah, great bonus for this crowd. And that's always the argument. It's okay, go and qualify. If you belong in the main draw, in 3 matches, and you can get it done. And you've got to think, as much as she has been back, she's got her ranking back up. She last beat a top 50 player in September 2020, so nearly 3 years ago.
Whoa!
Love 15.
Whoa! Out.
15 all.
Now, have you seen, I mean, you've seen a few matches so far now, but have you seen a bit of a trend with this style of play, or is there something that stands out a little bit? Are you seeing more big hitters? Are we seeing a lot of slice drop shots? What have you noticed with some of the matches you've seen?
Whoa!
Yeah, I think the drop shots have been coming in, you know, quite nicely. I mean, I think all of tennis has been trending in that direction for some time.
Just a little bit more variation. Is that a bit of debris that Ash Barty's left behind?
Yeah.
Got to keep throwing in those Aussies.
A huge influence, but you know, it's a response to the deeper positions that we're seeing, which the deeper positions were a response to the power we've been seeing on the court. And that's how it goes. The game moves on, it keeps rolling. I think we're seeing a lot more sort of the conventional volley finish, I think, on the women's side, whereas we used to see a lot of drive volleys, that sort of power. We still see plenty of those around, but a lot of players, you know, sneaking up to the net and feeling very confident in that position.
Yeah, the drive volley has almost disappeared out of the game because the ball's coming back Mark 10 all the time, isn't it? You're not getting that loopy unless you can get someone end range and you get that slice off the back, and then you've got time to sneak in and hit your generic volley anyway. We're not really, as you said, seeing that loopier one.
There's the early return position. We'll see plenty of that from Bouchard on the baseline. She will not move.
She doesn't, does she? Good hold there from Greet Minnen. That's exactly what she would want to do. Come out here, hold her opening 2 serves, just to build that confidence. A little bit of an unknown situation here for both these players, having never played each other before. I wonder if they've practiced with each other, quite possibly. It's a 4-year gap in age between the 2 players.
15.
I think we talked about the fact that if you take time away, play quite flat. I mean, kind of reminds me of a couple of players that I'll talk about later, but
40 love. C15.
just catching that one a little bit late. Good depth again from Minnen. Yeah, Muguruza was a player that would stay quite up on the baseline and played pretty flat. And yeah, unfortunately, we're not seeing her back at Wimbledon. She's taking time away from the game. Had a real run of poor losses. Got, unfortunately, yeah, just did not deal. Oh, did all the right things there. Gee, I tell you, Minnen, I think, is one of the fastest players on the tour. I mean, I've watched her play on clay, watched her on hardcore, but just the way she is able to defensively get balls back here today, quite impressive.
Yeah, and it's also a slight difficulty if you have a game style like Bouchard, because your opponent knows if they can just get behind the ball and redirect, then you're the one that's getting rushed.
Oh.
That's a terrific return from Minnen. Back depth again, just what you're reiterating. Once you can really get that first strike in and get Bouchard having to be a little bit defensive, she gets a little lost. Big point here now for Minnen. Break point.
Go!
That's the first break of the match, and it goes the way of the Belgian. Minnen leads 3-2. Pretty nice conditions today, isn't it? A little bit of overcast, so you're not getting that sun. I mean, I remember some years here at qualifying, that sun piercing down, the hot weather. This is a little bit lively yet. The courts are still playing well, but it's still quite warm. But there's no wind, so it's got a little bit of humidity around.
Yeah, it's not cold, which, I mean, tennis players hate the cold.
Yeah.
You don't feel like your blood's flowing. You don't feel like everything's smooth. So it is warm, and it's not as blustery as it was yesterday. That was pretty difficult. It's very open here, as you can see. It's not, you know, we're not in these large stadiums. We don't have buildings around it. It is, if it's windy on court.
Time.
It looks like it's set fair for now. Nice not having to deal with the sun.
All right, having broke. Can Minnen take her service game here and just edge ahead in this set? Hardest thing to do, though, isn't it, to consolidate just as you know, you've made that first break. You know your opponent's going to come out swinging. You really want to be, you know, I've got to make these first serves. Never easy. Not when you're playing someone who's a very good returner.
Lovely combination, the pace and the finesse.
Just going against exactly what we've been talking about. There's the drive volley.
Love the drive volley.
But she did get that first shot in, and once you get your opponent really end range, maybe you'll get a drive.
Pass up.
done well there, but Minnen is pushing Bouchard a little bit off the baseline, which is tough to do because she's pretty stubborn about it. But the depth and the quality of the Minnen shot is just edging her back. She was in charge at this point.
Nice serve then. Of course, you're able to watch this on the red button with the BBC, but you can also listen to live radio coverage on the qualifying from 10:45 each day via the Wimbledon.com and the official Wimbledon app.
40-13.
Some positive serving here from Minnen. Just really hitting her spots with a chance to just get her nose in front here.
Yes.
Feels very much about the first strike here, who can just take charge of the point, because neither player wants to be defending. I know you said that Minnen is very strong defending, but just because of playing Bouchard, she doesn't want Bouchard to just stand and boss the point from the middle of the court and dictate.
Been impressive. Her service is looking very solid, Minnen. Handy, had little time, and that set up just enough under that shoulder height. That's the perfect contact point that Bouchard is looking for.
I suppose it's a little unsettling when you're playing Bouchard because you never quite know when she's going to connect.
Yeah. Doesn't give you a lot of rhythm. Unfortunate for Minnen there, but it gives the opportunity now for Bouchard to get back on even standings here. That one just kind of pitched a little. It just seemed to pop up on Bouchard, just not giving herself that space, going for too much angle on that backhand. So back to Deuce.
Advantage, Minnen.
I love that combination, just sinking down in the middle of the court, taking it so early. I mean, Bouchard had barely taken a couple of steps back to the middle before this one was past her in a flash.
Bit of Kerber-esque there.
Yes.
Not easy returning when there's this helicopter noise as well above. It's hard to hear the sound of the strings.
Yeah, they've really got a good view of this match from up there.
That's for so.
Circling.
great point. Level from both players here.
They're both looking really sharp. I mean, they have to be with the way they're going at it. Both, say, quite tight to the baseline. So it almost feels like they're hitting the ball even harder than they actually are, because the time between shots is so short when they're both, you know, far up the court, toes on the line.
Well, it is tit for tat at the moment with this. Both players just really swinging out, trying to take control of this. Bouchard would ultimately love to get that break back. Oh, we need Andrew Castle in the box just to tell us what these helicopters are, why they're circling. He knows everything about the airspace. Do you know that?
Advantage minute.
Well, there's always plenty of action in the skies around here in the flight path to Heathrow. Oh, wow.
Okay, Minnen.
That is a miss.
Minnen leads by 4 games to 2.
Yeah, that's a very big miss there from Bouchard, and it's Minnen gets to complete her serve there. Nice to consolidate after getting the first break. Looking very comfortable out there is Greek Minnen, and she certainly has had a terrific 2023. She's won 2 tournaments on the ITF Tour. She's been to 4 finals, 3 semi-finals. She has started the year at 225, now up around the 100 mark. She's doing very well.
Love 15.
Oh, it was a super return, pushing Bouchard back. It does feel like Minnen is just wresting a little more control, but Bouchard's not going to like it.
And just depth from Minnen causing problems for Bouchard. This is just the 3rd match on grass for Eugenie. Prior to qualifying here, she was in Berlin. Played qualifying there, had a win over Kimberly Birrell of Australia, lost to Zvonareva in 3, a tight match there. Now that'll be frustrating, and then that just illustrates just that lack of margin that sometimes Bouchard has, and now she's in trouble. Again, a double break possibly to go down here.
Okay, man, new balls, please. Minnen leads by 5 games to 2.
So 5-2. Opening set here in the first round of Wimbledon qualifying.
It's been, as I say, some big hitting, wrestle for control. Neither one wanting to be on the back foot. Minnen just executing a little more consistently than Bouchard. It's just the difference, an extra % of sharpness. And there is just a little difference in the rankings. Bouchard at 218, Minnen at 121. Possibly that difference just showing at the moment.
Time.
So a great opportunity here for Greet Minnen of Belgium, because she's looking to serve this first set out.
Love 15.
And it's just been those errors, really, that have just peppered a little bit through the Bouchard game. Look, any Bouchard fan will know she plays with unforced errors. A day when Bouchard doesn't miss a ball is not a good day. She's probably lost because she does play that aggressively. That's what she needs.
Well, you just hope that that balance is, you know, not too many favoured to the unforced errors, and that you can almost keep that even comparison there between winners and errors, which is not easy.
Yeah, it's also about managing those unforced errors. Even if you can get that number under control, making sure that it doesn't, the unforced errors don't come in clusters. Because if you get 3 or 4 in one game, you're probably going to lose the game, and you better hope that's not on serve. But if you can just sort of pepper them fairly evenly.
Good work there from Eugenie just to stay in that point, really dictating Minnen, using that forehand. She loves to step around that backhand and really go for the inside in one. Best performance at a Grand Slam was the round of 32. That was back at the US Open in 2021.
And the
I had a
difficulty,
chance there.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty is you can see on that shot perfectly with Bouchard, she takes so much time away from her opponents to try and rush them. She rushes herself at the same time. That's why players like to have time. It's for themselves. And you can see that one just looked like quite a rushed and flustered shot.
You just always hope that what you're trying to do is going to
impact your opponent rather than yourself. But here's a huge opportunity now for Greek Minnen. Set point. Good return, so not quite yet for Minnen. Oh, just pressing a little there. Now, the reverse opportunity for Bouchard just to stay in this opening set.
Well, that's where the aggressive returns from Bouchard, especially on the second serve, pay dividends. You win more than 1 point if you catch fire on a big return. Minnen probably feeling the pressure on that second. Struggling on the first, though.
Well, there's just never any cover on the ball, is there? I mean, the spin is what gives you control, and you've just got to be so right on the money when you play so flat as Bouchard. Great play from Bouchard. You can't hit through your opponent from the back. Why not try to transition, come in, look for that volley. Great play. Got to like this, Naomi.
Perfect chip and charge. Because Minnen was so deep in the court, she didn't have any angles available. She couldn't find any width. Let's go straight back to Bouchard at the net.
Well, what a great fight from Eugenie Bouchard. Oh, just pegs it back one. That will help just to extend this opening set. Oh, don't want to trip and injure yourself on court. Well, that's just terrific quality, isn't it? Just gaining a little confidence here, Bouchard, after having to really fight off those set points.
They're stringing together some wonderful strikes, being so strong up at the baseline.
Put it up.
Well, she's been broken twice in this opening set, Bouchard, so would absolutely love to recover this one. Put yourself in a good position here.
It's been played at a fast and furious pace, this Plenty of quick points.
Okay. Bouchard. Minnen leads by 5 games to 4%.
So really pegging this match back here, Eugenie Bouchard, but it is Greek Minnen leads 5-4.
It feels like, because this is, as I say, being played at quite a fast and furious pace, it just feels like it could turn so quickly. You know, a couple of those errors turn into winners from Bouchard because that's what she's going for. And then all of a sudden, just not quite sure whether it's a winner around the corner, a wild error. And you have that uncertain feeling watching it, but you feel that as well as the player. I mean, Bouchard, that's her life, that's her career, isn't it, on tour?
Look, I think you'd have a little bit more confidence knowing that she's played a lot of grass matches and she's really kind of in that zone. You know, she's been, you know, really kind of, I guess, building that confidence. But she's only really had one win on the grass. She hasn't played a lot. She's been playing on smaller events, trying to get just, you know, some of those matches under her belt. So the 13th seed, Greek Minnen, looking to serve out this first set yet again. Oh, that's a nice way to start. There's that pattern that you like, Naomi.
Love it. Any sort of 1-2 punch right up my street.
Certainly the direction of the game, isn't it? Really working on those shorter points, setting up that second shot with good accuracy and depth on serve. It's the quality of play that is exceptional for Eugenie Bouchard, but it's the consistency of this level that she has not quite found yet. But when she can come out swinging like that, take the ball early and really be in charge, she's dangerous.
Just has started to feature in her game, the back end of this set.
Well, let's hope she's not thinking about the position she was in just a couple of games ago. She was 5-2. She was serving out the set.
It's just so hard to absorb that. I mean, the strike for a minute when she's finding that depth, you know, it's pacey, it's really skidding off the surface, and there's just no time for Bouchard to really react, just be strong enough to hold up to it, particularly shot after shot. Maybe she's got 1 or 2 in her, but she's more and more off balance.
Just a little loose here, Greek Minnen, and this has really opened up the door now for Eugenie Bouchard. Can she get this match back on even standings? Huge point here. Oh, wow. Just checked a little bit on the grass. Eugenie just can't believe had that look at that backhand. The frame did not come off clean at all. She'd like to have that one back again.
Quality high, shot after shot.
Just look at the focus on Bouchard's eyes, just working so hard to push her opponent around the court, and it is a break point again. That's too good. Brilliant serve for Minnen under pressure there, and she knows it.
Oh, that was zippy. Bouchard struggling to find that contact.
Advantage Minnen.
Well, this crowd just absolutely loving this match in this new stadium court. It is a new initiative of Wimbledon, really a whole new makeover with a new name, the Wimbledon Qualifying and Community Sports Centre.
First up.
It's terrific play from Minnen, and it's taken a couple of attempts, but she takes the first set. 6-4.
There's some good tennis being played on all these courts at the moment, not least by Natha Baines of Great Britain, who beat Katerina Zavatska of Ukraine. That was a long old match, but delight for the British crowd, and I'm sure delight for the player as well.
Natha, that was an awesome win.
Thank you. Really happy to have got the win. Katerina is such a good competitor. I knew it was going to be a tough fight going into the match, so I'm really happy to have got over the line in the end.
And Dad, courtside, giving you plenty of advice. What kind of words of wisdom did he have for you?
Honestly, it's probably all about commitment and just about myself, to be honest, from both my dad and Elliot. So yeah, their support really helps, so I'm glad they were there.
Now, any idea about who's next? Are you going to check that person out at all?
I think I know who it's the winner of, but I don't know who's winning. I think they're on court at the moment, but I know one of the girls really well. She's a good friend, and the other one I've played. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, just being in the second round.
Well, good luck.
Thank you, Anne. Appreciate it.
Well, lots of British players obviously in action today, and plenty of French players, not least Clara Burrell from France, the 8th seed, and she's just beaten Himeno Sakatsume of Japan, and we had a quick word with her too. Oh, that was a tough match.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really, really tough match, really close. So I'm really happy to beat her. She was a very good player. I was expecting that, but it was a really good match.
How do you keep your concentration? The last 2 or 3 games, it was so nerve-wracking watching. What was it like being in the middle of it?
I don't know. I was really focused. I was down 4-1. And then I just kept fighting for every point, every ball. In the last game, it was really important. So yeah, just kept fighting.
We spoke to Oceane, who won a bit earlier on. How do all the French players, do you talk much at events like this?
Yeah, I didn't know Oceane won today, so I'm really happy for her. And we just talked to each other a little bit, try to enjoy the little moment of the court together, and yeah, it's really nice.
Good luck for Wednesday.
Thank you.
Well, here's another Japanese player coming off second best. This is Mai Hontama against Tamara Korpach, the 19th seed from Germany. This match just went on and on and on and on. But the German player came through in the end, and she was really excited.
6-1, 5-7, 6-4.
Tamara, there were some sensational rallies in that match at the end. You must have been exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, I had a very good start. I mean, 6-1 the first set, and she didn't give up. She was fighting, and it was even harder in the second and third set. I was fighting, and yeah, I think I just won because I was just fighting and tried to get every ball. And I'm very excited, and I'm very, very happy that I won it.
I mean, there were some rallies there that were 25, 30 shots. Is your heart about to explode in the middle of those rallies?
This is like, I mean, when there are very long rallies, it's like I feel like calm and concentrate very, very hard. And yeah, I mean, if I lose a long rally, it's really hard. And then I try to win the next. And then I'm thinking, while I'm playing the next long rally, I'm thinking like, okay, don't lose this one. Just play every ball back, one more ball back. And yeah, I think I did it pretty well. I mean, when it was 4-all and she had a point for, I mean, a game point for to 4-5. Yeah, for her. And then I think she did a topspin volley, and then I still got it. And anyway, I don't know how, but I got the ball back and I won this game. And this game was very important for me. Yeah.
It hit the back of the line, but it made all the difference.
That's true. Yeah.
You got to, well, you played in the main draw last year, and you played against Britain's Heather Watson. What are your memories of that day?
Oh, I remember so nice things. I mean, we played on the court 1, the big court in front of many spectators. We should play on court 3 before, but I was happy that I played on the big court, and it was a very good match. I had a very good start, and honestly, I was excited before, but on the court I felt so like relaxed, and I don't know how I have done it. But I remember that we played second set, and then we had to suspend the match because it was too late, and next day it was open roof and was so different. It was windy and so many spectators. I mean, it was full, and then I was like so excited, and I couldn't win the third set, but it felt amazing. I love this club there.
Well, let's hope you get a chance to be there next week as well. Keep going.
I hope so. Thank you.
And one more port of call before we go back to our live action. Here's Victoria Golubic of Switzerland seeing off Miriam Björklund of Sweden. And let's hear what she had to say after this.
Victoria, congratulations, but it's never easy trying to close out a match, is it?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I was 5-0 up, so you think you kind of have a gap. Obviously, you don't want to lose any service games, but like she was returning unbelievable, and I felt like, you know, she was a little more relaxed at the end. And I mean, you know, it can turn around so quickly, especially on the grass. So it was really tricky to close it off.
2 years ago, you reached the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. When you look at the draw, how far ahead do you look?
Well, you know, like, well. This time I'm in qualies, it's okay, like it's part of our job. Like sometimes we, you know, just play super well. We have seasons where everything goes quite well, and then there are some injuries or some issues. So we have to kind of fight back, you know, but we're used to just compete. It's just a court and a net and a ball. Anywhere where we are, it's the same. So, I mean, I don't really look far ahead. I think it gives me confidence that I was in the quarterfinals. So at any time of any match, I'm like, okay, I can win this. So I think this is the only thing that it helps, you know. But otherwise, you know, every match is such a battle. It doesn't matter if you're in the main draw or here. So the level is super high, and I'm just trying to do my best.
Well, best of luck in your next one.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Well, it's a gusty old Tuesday afternoon in southwest London, and there's not even a glimmer of blue in the sky above London for the first time in about 5 or 6 weeks. So it's really quite overcast. And I'm sure from the player's point of view as well, it must be making the ball toss and so many elements of the game so much harder to deal with than certainly what we had to deal with yesterday. Anyway, fascinating game taking place on the stadium court at the moment. Let's go back to Naomi Cavaday and Louise Plemming.
So Greet Minnen, having taken the opening set here, holds serve to balance this second set out, but it's a much improved Eugenie Bouchard in this second set. Very tight, close match so far. Good quality, very high quality match.
She did well to reach that one. Just about able to get contact with the ball to bring it into the court.
You almost get a stitch watching that. She had to absolutely get the best vertical leap out of herself.
Nice. Clean. As much as we've seen Bouchard playing far up the court, and a lot of what we know Bouchard does, haven't seen a huge amount of sort of those big injections of pace. Really saying, right, I'm finishing this point now, and slamming it away. Maybe it's because she has been fairly rushed by Minnen. She hasn't been able to have that set up. She was there.
No, I think you're right. I think set number one, I feel the first 4 or 5 games, Greet Minnen was really controlling a lot more with depth. She was 5-2 up and really dictating, really in charge. And then all of a sudden, Bouchard just started to find some range, some momentum. And I feel she's continued it. Terrific play, serve out wide, backhand down the line. It's Bouchard who leads 2-1 in the second.
It does feel like Bouchard, her game is going from strength to strength. She's just making the adjustments, tidying it up here and there. And that's making all of the difference. If she can continue like this, I think this is going to be trouble for Minnen.
You don't see a better, more balanced backhand than that, do you? Look at that early preparation. I love the shoulder turn. Just the nice, easy swing. Now the question is, can she continue to hold this high level of play that since 5-2, she's really turned around her play. Looking like a little bit more in charge. Plenty of action here. Day 2, it's women's play today. And this is stadium court that we are focusing on, and it's the 13th seed, Greet Minnen. All on serve at the moment, having the first set under her belt. Yeah, beautiful. Have you heard much about how the courts are playing? To me, they look like they're playing quite real for a grass court. So if you slice, they're staying pretty low. If you hit through, the ball's penetrating through. As you see, a beautiful forehand here from Minnen. How do you see the courts playing?
Ball!
Court.
They're feeling pretty lush, aren't they? And the ball is getting good zip. I think because of the conditions, because it's not that hot, I don't think the ball is moving as well through the air as I think a lot of players would like, particularly players who we saw Andreeva playing earlier, hasn't played on a grass court before. So we talk a lot about the surface, but also the balls are much heavier here. It's good if you've got a great backhand slice on you.
Unlucky, I think the bounce just checked on that line a little bit there. Just watch the movement here.
Nicely taken, kept it early. Didn't need to put too much pace on that final one, just needed to guide it away. And it's interesting when we deal with conditions and surfaces, you know, the surface really impacts how the ball comes through to you. And the conditions, so the weather, the balls, you know, that really impacts how it feels off of your strike. And it's a combination of the two.
What do you think the key things are when you're coming from clay? You come, you've been playing, you've done the swing on clay, and then you come for the very first tournaments, whether it's Nottingham, Surbiton, whichever tournament. What are the things you want to be working on?
Well, I think feeling as sharp as possible. Early preparation, you know, you can get some different bounces. I mean, even just the fact that if you've been moving around on the grass, you know, changing the way the blades of the grass are facing when you're scuffing it up.
Cheers.
That impacts how the ball comes through. And I think movement is, of course, a big one. Feeling comfortable when you're moving wide into the corners can be slippery. There's a big difference between slipping and sliding. Sliding, you're in control. Slipping, you're just falling over.
Yeah. Slipping is when you don't have the correct shoes and you're playing on grass.
Yes.
You don't have those pimpled shoes, you're lost. Nice serve from...
Advantage Minnen.
Well,
there's a slip.
That's a slip and a slide. Oh, wow. And a smile. That's what we like to see. It's slightly embarrassing as well when you get the replay on TV.
Okay, Minnen.
All in fun. Good hold there for Minnen. But when I played, we had the Dunlop volleys, which were those little herringbone shoes, but they were rubbery and they really gripped the grass. But now you tend to have the pimples. I mean, of course, we used the pimples as well when we played, but if the spikes were a little bit too long, they could really tear up the grass quite a lot.
Yeah, groundskeepers not happy.
No.
They want everyone to play in flat shoes, no pimples.
Slush poppies or something, like just some... Yeah, beautiful. They're a special breed too, aren't they? The manicures, the grass guys that look after these courts. They're rather meticulous. This is a beautiful shot and just a terrific finish here. That's a beautiful volley.
Tough to get that one up and down for a drop shot because it was so low and she was sort of reaching for it, so she couldn't get any height. It was a bit of a nudge. If you ever find yourself sort of poking at a ball like that, it's never really going to work out.
15-30.
I've got a little bit more height on that drop shot, just so it just made for a difficult shot. But Bouchard was there. I think should be a little disappointed with pushing that one long.
Yeah, you can see how she had to check back. It was a bit of a tough one, improvising.
Yeah.
Got to come up with something.
Kangaroo style, that one. So there's the break, the first break of the second set, and it's Greet Minnen in charge, having won the first set 6-4. She leads 3-2.
Just a couple of those unforced errors coming in for Bouchard again, just that cluster, and that's what really impacts the score. You know, if you're hitting maybe one, or if you're a big hitter, 2 in a game, you can get away with that, but you start getting to 3 and 4 in a game, and that, you know, you're done really, or you're going to be really under a huge amount of pressure.
Yeah, and I felt she was just getting inside of Greet's head a little bit, and I felt she was putting that pressure on, and then all of a sudden it's just disappeared. When you make a few of those errors, then all of a sudden Greet's just relaxed her shoulders and just thought, okay. And you kind of feel like if I keep putting the pressure, if I keep turning up, she's going to give me something.
Time.
Some great support out here during Wimbledon qualifying week. This is the first round for the ladies today.
15-9.
And of course, 128 start, and the last 16 will get through to the main draw. SW18 just waiting next week. What a huge goal that would be. 3 matches they have to get through here.
Out. 39.
And of course, once the qualifying has started, if somebody pulls out from the main draw that has had a direct entrance, that may create another opportunity. So some very lucky person that may lose in the last round may get a lucky loser spot.
Wow. Super speed. What a pickup. The drop shot was excellent, really. Bouchard out full stretch, full speed, but still able to control this one away from an angle. Minnen was in a good position there at the net, and how Bouchard found this, the way around her, getting that ball to go behind her, was exceptional.
Laser work. Well, this is the position that Minnen was in the first set. She went up from this position, went to 4-2, then had a lead of 5-2, couldn't finish it off there. Bouchard came back, played some fabulous tennis for 3 games. But now it just looks like Minnen is looking comfortable here. That's comfort at its best. You always like to throw one of those in when you're feeling
40-30.
a little pressure. Just the first one of the match. that's beautiful. Well done.
Okay, Minnen, new balls, please.
Just a clear mind, Minnen, when she moves forwards.
Lead 4 games to 2.
Just thinking about her options. And Greek Minnen takes her service game there, leads 4-2.
She's not asking for this racket to be restrung. And I think you're right, Lou. She really has played with such great clarity. It's so easy to get flustered and overwhelmed with this fast hitting style, taking it so early. But she just has looked like she's had a fair amount of time. I don't feel like she's been rushed. I feel like Bouchard's actually been a bit more rushed. I think she was just so aware of what she was going to get playing Bouchard. And she's been ready and sharp.
Some work to do here for Eugenie Bouchard. Current ranking 218 on the WTA Tour. How do you think she feels? I mean, do you have to swallow a lot of pride? Do you have to swallow a lot of, you know, here I am at the pre-event. Just remember, guys, 9 years ago, I was at the main event. I got to the end. I was at the pinnacle. Just wonder how you have to manage those thoughts. And oh, wow. Nothing you can do about that. That's just an unbelievable return from Minnen.
Yeah, I think it's difficult mentally, really. I can see just a beautiful strike. Once again, we've seen plenty of them from Minnen. But I think she came to terms with it a few years ago, Bouchard.
Thirty, 15.
I think it did take a little while, some adjustment. And as we mentioned at the beginning of the difficulty that she has just with the game style that she plays, when you're not feeling confident, it is incredibly difficult to play like that.
That'll work. That helps. Just being treated to a real match here. Totally loving it. Stadium court here. It's a fabulous new court here in the centre of Roehampton, which is currently called the Wimbledon Qualifying and Community Sports Centre. It's just a real upgrade this year.
Game, Bouchard.
Well, that's a quick game just to keep her interest in the second set, but it's Minnen who has the first set 6-4 and she leads 4-3.
Yeah, it is interesting looking at the way Bouchard's gone about this season, really, in 2023. She's opted for qualifying of tour events really more than dropping down to the challengers. So it means she's a little bit light in terms of the match wins. 9 wins, 7 losses. It's not enough to be feeling like you've got a good confidence and good form coming in. But it's difficult to manage because the other option is, okay, well, I'll drop down to challengers to get more wins, but hey, you might lose.
That's true. That really smashes your confidence, doesn't it?
Exactly, and that you know, that could escalate things quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you're looking at your total matches at the end of the year, you want to be around the 60 match mark, don't you? When you're periodising your whole year, that's a good number. She's nowhere near that, and it's mid-year. Well, it's been a fabulous performance so far from this young lady from Belgium, 25 years of age, Greek Minnen, playing some wonderful tennis so far. Still some work to do, though. Well, I think she's returning the favour because Greek Minnen returned a Mark 10 off forehand just in that last game. So a nice little gift back, Bouchard. I'm not sure she quite wanted to hit it that well, but
It was sort of what she was going for. Just been a little difficult for Bouchard this match. Just hasn't had enough time really to set up and deliver.
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I just don't want the match to finish because I feel there's more in the tank for her to bring up. I just feel she hasn't quite hit where she wanted to get yet in this match. Like that, there's more in the tank. That backhand is sensational.
Just string a few of those together and this match can really turn around. She was threatening to do that at the back end of the first set.
That's a terrific shot from Minnen. Wow. One of the best shots to have in women's tennis, I think, isn't it? That heavy forehand cross. I mean, I think that's what Ash Barty really built her game around, and I think Iga Swiatek, I think a lot of players have really worked on getting that, because you're going into generally most women or female players' weaknesses into that forehand. That's many of the players really rather their backhand. We've seen today like just some unbelievable backhand returns, great backhands, and just that forehand sometimes on both of them just faltered at times.
Okay,
and also if you can have a bit of heaviness like you mentioned with Ash and some other players, you can get a lot more width because you can get that spin on the ball, you get a bit more fizz, and it can really spread players. And you know, the women's game in general is much narrower than the men's. You don't create as big a space on the court, and that's where you see the Barty game style, of course, you know, that we saw so wonderfully on grass. You know, creating that width with the forehand and then cruising forward to the net. You've got a big space to really knock that volley away into. Much more, you see it much more often on the men's side.
Well, Ash might be just sitting at home enjoying herself. She's pregnant and just looking for future things, and possibly playing a little bit of golf as well. That's her favourite sport, I think, to relax, and lives near a golf course, but just enjoying life.
She's good at most sports. Anything with a ball.
She can pick any sport. That's a terrific serve, and she needs plenty of that just to stay in this match. She's looking down the barrel at the moment at the 13th seed, Bouchard. Would love to extend this time on this stadium court. There's no question about that. We talk about how flat that Bouchard hits the ball, but when you watch Greek Minnen's ball, particularly on the backhand in isolation, you don't see that ball spinning much. It's almost like that shot there had a little bit of a backspin on it, but she's just such good control on that backhand. Good play. There's that backhand down the line that Bouchard loves hitting to open up the court. Oh, playing some positive tennis here just to extend this time on court. Love to force Minnen to serve out. Oh, that's a great return from Minnen, and a better backhand just to neutralise some of these balls that are coming through so fast. Nice little change up there from Greet. Another point to hold here for Bouchard. Wow, terrific serve there for Bouchard. She does force her opponent, Minnen, to come out here and serve for the match. It's Minnen leads 6-4, 5-4.
Well, Minnen's going to need to be really sharp with her serves, make sure that the accuracy is there, the first serve percentage is there, because if anything just drifts into the slot for Bouchard, you never know, a couple of big strikes and suddenly she'll be looking at a potential turnaround in this set. You just want to really try and take that away from her, and the way Minnen's been serving, she absolutely has the capability of doing that. It's just about the execution. You know, this is the game to find those targets, avoid that strike of Bouchard. I think we have seen her vary things up really nicely, going into the corners, into the body. It's made life a little uncomfortable for Bouchard on return.
So great energy from the Belgian 25-year-old Greet Minnen, with an opportunity to serve her way into the second round here at Wimbledon qualifying 2023.
Wonderful feel. We've seen some fabulous shots from Bouchard.
Love 15.
Just a flick of the wrist on this final ball. Well, here we go. Good foothold for Bouchard to try and wrestle her way back into this match. Well, she needed that. She's just going to kick herself at that. She had a good play on it, 15-30. Needed to come up with something good there.
Yeah, you can just see the frustration looking over at a coach, just saying, how did I mess that one up? Forcing the issue again, Bouchard.
30-40.
Really working hard to try to stay in this match. Just look at that footwork, the intensity. Just chasing every ball like a tiger. Well, point to make things even here in the second set. Oh, the backhand, it's her favoured shot and just pushes that long. That will hurt. Minnen loves it. Back to juice. That deep breath to just to settle herself.
Advantage, Minnen.
So this is what Minnen has been working for. It's a match point now for the Belgian. Well, fortune favours the brave, and Bouchard being brave. What a terrific return. I thought Minnen might have had a good look at that one. She'd moved to the open court. That's solid. Just in the middle. Just taking away the risk here, Bouchard. And Minnen just trying to settle herself here. Go to the towel, go to the routines. Wow, just getting what she can out of her serve here. Greek Minnen coming up with some pinpoint accuracy on her serve. Back to Juice.
Advantage, Minnen.
Or can she take it out? Second opportunity here at match point. Huge opportunity just to get into the second round here, Greek Minnen. This is some terrific tennis under pressure. Just coming up with some really solid play here, forcing the issue with Greek Minnen. Bouchard not wanting to bow out. She's sucking in a little bit of air there, Greek Minnen.
Yeah, really digging in, Bouchard. I think you're right, you called it a few points ago, just dialing down the risk a touch, going for the bigger targets, keeping the aggression high though.
Bouchard.
Oh, Minnen's not happy. I think she thought the first shot from Bouchard that hit the baseline was long.
Well, the coach also shaking his head. Both players, John Blom, not overruling anything. As Minnen's coach just saying, come on, get back and focus. But obviously he is in pain now. It's a break point. So the coach is bowing his head. Can she refocus here, though, Minnen? Oh, just no, just unraveling here, Minnen. Not recovering from that disappointment. Look at her, still got that debris in her head of that shot, but but it's a very good situation here for Eugenie Bouchard. There's the coach of Greek Minnen, and of course well, she's on an emotional high right now, Bouchard, and Minnen, well, just in a little bit of low mood, you would think. Gosh, she's going to have to pull herself together. She's really been managing this match well, Minnen.
It just has felt like towards the back end of the first set and the back end of this set, Minnen just getting that little bit tight.
Yep.
And Bouchard, with all of her experience, she has been in a Grand Slam final after all, plus other semi-finals. I think just being able to lift her game in those pressure moments. Bit of pace on that.
Yeah, she's just got to regain that composure that she had, and just got to put this out of her mind and get back to play.
Tough for Bouchard to get that one up and down, going down the line. The thing is when you're pulled forward, you want to go down the line because that really reduces the angles they've got to pass you. But you've just got such a short space. If you're contacting it below the net, to get it up and down, you need so much work on the ball. It's really difficult. But if you go cross court, yes, a bit more range on your shot. Didn't quite get in the right position there. It drifted away from her.
It was a tight situation the last couple of minutes here on Stadium Court. It has really changed the direction of this second set, with an opportunity now to take the lead for the first time in this set, Bouchard. So, hangs in there, Minnen. And an opportunity to come out and serve for this match yet again. Yeah, this is the coach of Greek Minnen, and it's not a good situation to be in when you're the coach and you believe you've seen that ball out. Should you really show your player that, let's have a look at this, but this was the ball, and it was just the one shot coming up here, I think.
No, I think it was the one shot just before that, and it landed right in front of our box, actually. It was on that backhand in front of the coach, and there wasn't any paint that came up. So I thought it possibly could have been long, and Minnen definitely thought it was long. You could see as she hit the ball, she sort of pulled up. This is the one. Can't quite see it because Minnen's in the way, but as I say, there wasn't any paint come up. And he thought it was out.
So recovered from a little bit of disappointment serving for the match just a couple of games ago. Can she do it on opportunity number 2?
Just showing some mental fortitude here, actually, Greet Minnen. She was looking a little frazzled, a little disappointed just not long ago. Regrouped really well. Just so good for her to get that first point, so important.
There's another one that she's not happy about.
I think that one looked a little further than the other one. It gave in a bit back.
I thought that one just landed wide as well. You can see that one. Yeah, definitely
Clearly
wide.
out. Oh, could we hit a few more balls on the line? Been close. Could we, you know, just create a little bit more of a situation here?
The drama to close out this second set. Still 2 points away. And it does feel like this could turn.
So again, this is the moment that Greet Minnen has been working towards. She's got 2 match points here. Wow, there she gets it. And great effort there from Greet Minnen, 25-year-old from Belgium. It was a tough match, but there's only one winner. And to say it was good competing there. Had to recover from a little bit of disappointment, Greet Minnen, but through to the second round. And you have to say, Naomi, pretty good match. I mean, some good quality tennis there.
Yeah, it was first strike tennis, that's for sure. It was fast and furious, but Minnen never really looked that pushed for time. She looked like she had enough time to get her strike and deliver what she was looking to, whereas Bouchard, it felt like she was always receiving. She was always having to react, having to cope, having to deal with the strike coming at her, and that's just not where she wants to be. She likes to deliver and take charge, and she just felt a bit flustered through that match, never quite got a grip.
So a disappointed Canadian player, there's no question about it. She's worked so hard to get back into a position like this. Let's go down onto court. And we'll hear from John.
Great, that was a very competitive match. You must be delighted to come through it.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Eugenie is a great player, especially on grass. You know, she had some great results in the past, and yeah, you know, she played very aggressive from the beginning until the end, and I had to really stay very focused, very aggressive myself, and try to play the points very fast from the beginning.
How do you keep your focus? Towards the end of that second set, it seemed that you had the match, and then it slipped away a bit. How do you get that focus back?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit unfortunate to lose this game at 5-4 in the second set. Yeah, you know, from my view, a bad call at 40-all, which is very important in this tight game. But I tried to stay focused, try to reset from 5-all. And, you know, it was very important that I got the break back straight away. And I think I served very well at the end.
Wimbledon is only 2 miles away, but it's 2 matches away. How do you keep focused about the next match and the next match and not get too far ahead of yourself?
No, I think that's the key, you know, play match by match. You know, it's still far to get to the main draw, and, you know, my focus is now on the next match, and yeah, that's it. I try to keep it day by day.
Good luck. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks.
So a very happy Greet Minnen there, and she'll play the winner of either Montgomery of the United States or Kempen, another Belgian player. So a terrific effort, and interesting to hear how she was able to just really maintain that focus, and as she said, reset after a little bit of disappointment. But it's Greet Minnen, 25-year-old, is through to the second round. Some great action there, and it was Greet Minnen. She just managed
some terrific tennis today. Moving from Bouchard, great intensity out on court. And she'll be looking, as she said, match by match to get through to SW18. There's that final reaction and just the awareness that she is through to the second round here at Wimbledon qualifying. Of course, disappointed is Eugenie Bouchard, but it is the Belgian through to the second round. Some good numbers there from Greek Minnen.
Yeah, I thought it was a really excellent performance. I mean, her main job, I think, going into the match was to not allow Bouchard to take control, and she did that brilliantly well. It wasn't like there was really a boss, but she just stopped Bouchard from having things her way, and that was really key. You know, the accuracy of her serve, that was incredibly helpful as well. And you can see that she did pretty well backing up that first serve. We saw quite a lot of returns flying from Bouchard as she tried to take it early. And all of those break points that Bouchard had a look at couldn't convert because Minnen found her serve. So it was really about how well Minnen organised her unforced errors and her quality play.
Well, let's have a quick look at where we've come from today and where we're going. We're up to match number 4. It's Hannah Mandlakova's daughter, Elizabeth Mandlik, up against Giacomo of France. So stay with us. It's a great match, and we've certainly seen some wonderful matches so far today.
So while you were engrossed in that match between Minnen and Bouchard, what else has been going on? Well, here's Coco van der Wey, who's been, well, involved at the top level of this game for an awful long time now, playing Soo Jung Jang of Korea, who was the 20th seed. And as you can see, a tight old game, but victory to the American. She always gives good interviews.
Coco, well done, but it wasn't straightforward, was it?
No, I mean, first round qualies, everyone's a little nervous and getting used to the courts. I haven't played on the match courts yet, and it's the same as at Wimbledon. The first rounds are always tough, and you got to get through as best you can.
Two-time quarterfinalists at Wimbledon. What would you say was your best match there?
Well, probably the best match was beating Sam Stosur. That was my favorite one, but honestly, the toughest one was losing to Sharapova in the quarters. But I had so much fun. That was the first time I felt like the crowd was really behind me, and you know, just so enjoyable to be on center court for the first time.
Well, you've been on tour now for over 15 years. What is it that keeps you motivated?
Not much anymore. Just keep coming out and keep plugging away. I mean, who knows how much longer I have left, and you know, as long as I can get into these tournaments and play and give it a run, I'm going to try and do my best.
Well, best of luck, because we'd love to see more of you.
Thank you.
There's nothing like playing. So to Chloé Paquet of France, a lot of French players here, and most of them are winning as well. She's playing Marcela Zacharias of Mexico. A very tight first set, less tight in the second, and these were her thoughts afterwards. Chloé, congratulations. What did you make of that performance?
Really happy with this win. Our first tournament on grass, so never easy. I'm really happy. I served well. It was a good match until the end, and I'm looking forward.
What do you make of the atmosphere here this year? They've made a lot of changes.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, of course. I was there in 2019. A lot of changing. It's improved a lot, and I'm really happy to be here. It's a really nice tournament.
There are I think you're the 4th French player that we've interviewed today. Okay. You've all won, so it's good. Is there a good feeling amongst all the French players at the moment?
Yeah, really good. I didn't know we were 4 to win. I think it's good for the French tennis, and I hope it will be a lot of French players in the main draw here in Wimbledon.
Good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Well, we had one American victory a few moments or so ago. Here's another one. This is Robin Montgomery of the USA against Magali Kempen of Belgium. And that's a pretty emphatic victory for the American there. Her opponent, I thought, had disappeared off court for a moment there. But anyway, let's hear what Robin had to say about that victory.
Robin, congratulations. First win here on your debut.
Yes, thank you. It feels really good to have a win, especially it's first time as a professional, so it feels good.
Can you remember the last time you played on these courts, though?
2019, junior Roehampton and junior Wimbledon was the last time I played here.
And do you realise you are one of 30 women from the United States ranked inside the world's top 200? Does that make life on the road easier for you?
There's been a lot more tournaments, I think, added this year, so I actually haven't seen that many of the American players, but it's good to know that I'm one of the Americans in that stat, and it feels good to have I know all the girls, American girls, so I'm a part of a good group, and I'm just happy I'm a part of that group.
Well, best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
So we've got one more match for you here on our stadium court, but there are, just looking actually all around this place, there are matches taking place on, I think it's 18 courts in action today, and the quality, I mean, there will be a bit of fluctuation, Andrew, but by and large, the uniform quality is outstanding.
It's unbelievable, and so are the different sounds everybody is making. I mean, the ball on the racket these days is completely different than it used to be. It's a sort of a thwack. And Isabel Lacey is playing just here. Caroline Lacey, an absolute fixture in British tennis for years, representing Tim Henman, now working for the LTA, formerly IMG. It's her daughter. This is what's happening. Daughters and granddaughters are now playing. Over there, Mira Zvonareva was playing. I think she still is. I mean, unbelievable quality.
She's at one set all.
Laura Pigossi of Brazil is just a firebrand, and she's just turning around. She's only about this high, and she's turning around to her team. It's she's just the whole time, and her muscles, unbelievable. You've got, God, I mean, there's
lots of them.
Sophia Kenin, the Australian Open champion formerly. I'm sure you've talked about it already. I haven't been watching every minute of the coverage. I had a little walk around, but she's playing there. I mean, she won the Australian Open sort of a day and a half ago, it seems like. And she's in the qualifying now, so great entertainment.
I watched a match over on the far court over there between a Japanese player and I can't remember the other nationality, but the desperation in 4-all in the third set, and the knowledge that I've got to keep going or else I'm gone, and I don't know where am I going next.
No, I don't know.
Absolute desperation. I think it was one rally that was 32 shots, and you could see, you could feel, and you could see the sense of, under no circumstances am I giving this one up. And it's fantastic to watch that.
Yeah, no, it is. People are playing for their lives, not for their next million. And that's quite a captivating sort of narrative. And who knows what the history is? There's a girl back here, and I wish I could say the name. I don't even... Despina Papamichail.
From Greece.
And yes.
Papamichail, yeah.
Are you going to give me the bio now? The bio.
Yeah, she's born in Athens 23 years ago. Her dad's a surveyor.
And playing against Zeynep Zonme of Turkey.
Yes.
So obviously a bit of rivalry. But you know,
and that's going 5-all in the third. I mean, that is a big match. You know.
She's at the back of the court. One of them, I don't even know which one, I have to confess. And she's gone to the back, and she's talking with herself, but ultimately with the backdrop. You know, and the screams are sometimes they're double-barreled. But these are triple-barreled, and yes, the sense of desperation is there.
Greece has just beaten Turkey on court 12, so there we are. Now, talking about generations, on this court behind us now, we have the daughter of Hana Mandlikova. So there's another reason to realise that the passage of time. I mean, it must be really difficult being the daughter of a major star, not somebody who played a bit, but a major star in the game, because the expectation will always be huge, won't it?
Well,
and unfair.
A 4-time Grand Slam finalist. She addressed this as long ago as anybody was interested in what she had to say as a player. And she said, I just see her as my coach and as my mum, and therefore, on both accounts, worth listening to. Look, she's just won a round in Nottingham. She's just gone up to 97 in the world. She's feeling great about her own tennis. And I think probably a long time ago, there's a lot of fame in that family. I mean, Grandpa was an Olympic sprinter and very well known growing up. So, you know, I think she's been used to the limelight. But now, at 22 years of age, I believe, time to shine herself. Her mother was one of my favourite players to watch. Unbelievably graceful and a wonderful shot maker.
And maybe one day Hannah will be known as the mother of. You know, that's what that actually, as a parent, is what actually you want, isn't it? You don't want them to be known as your son or daughter. You want you to be known as the mother or the father. And then the circle of life will have been complete.
Of course. I feel like we should break into something from The Lion King.
Yes.
But I can't remember the words. Inganyama Nengwanama Bala, John.
Yeah, Arsene Wenger. Isn't that how it starts? Anyway, she's playing Giacomo from France, who was the junior champion at Roland Garros only a couple of years ago. So this is going to be an interesting game, I think. And we've had 3 very competitive matches on this court today. Let's hope this is a 4th. Andrew's going to describe it for you alongside John Lloyd.
So here we go. Our last match on the stadium court. Elizabeth Manley. I'm going to say Hannah at some stage in this match. I know I will. And if I do, please forgive me. And here we go.
First set. Elizabeth Manley to serve. Ready? Black.
Well, not a bad start.
15
I think Manley thought this volley was going to be a winner. She was a little bit slow to react to cover the line, but then, even though she's a little bit further back than she would like, what a wonderful volley that was.
all.
Obviously can happen on the grass, and we do, and it was a bit painful then. Towards the end of the evening, court does get a little bit sort of sappy at times. Just see, oof.
Hip flexor. Hopefully okay.
T30. Game, Manley. First game.
Hi, John. Unbelievable tennis all over the place. One love here. But to see Vera Zvonareva out there against Laura Pigossi, that's one set all, and elsewhere, Sophia Kenin. I mean,
it's unbelievable, isn't it? This is the qualifying.
What has happened to her tennis? Just a little loss of confidence, perhaps injury as well. You lose some momentum in your career.
Full crew. How many balls do you have? Elsa. Let's see the balls, please.
Oh, what happened there? A couple got hidden at the back of the courts, maybe under the tarpaulin. And they've got a couple of extra ones. I'll take them.
Well, we're playing tomorrow morning.
Well, exactly. I don't want to pay for a can.
Elsa Jacques-Motteson. Love 15.
just noticed in that point early on in the rally, there was a couple of shots that Giacomo didn't move up to the ball. She was reaching for it. She wasn't used to the speed of the court, was expecting to come faster at her.
$15-30. $15-40.
Well, coach, mum, Hana Mandlikova, somewhere here today. We think so, but we're not sure where she is. It's funny how kids don't want to listen to their parents, generally speaking. That's just a rule of life. I know Roger Federer turns up when his own children have tennis lessons. That would be a bit of pressure, wouldn't it?
Just slightly.
She absolutely piles what is quite a slight frame, but obviously in great condition. She absolutely piles into that backhand. I mean, she gives it a good hit.
Advantage, Giacomo.
There's that backhand again on the angle. She sort of loads up quite early. It's quite a fearsome thing, isn't it? Just making an analysis of the game quite early. I wonder if her forehand is as consistent.
Advantage, Giacomo.
It's well held.
1 game all, first set. $15. $15 all. 30-15.
Should be pleased with that serve. A lot of pace there.
Game and late.
Nicely done. Late breaks of serve here. It's a first round qualifying match at Roehampton. It's qualifying for Wimbledon next Monday. John, just looking at some of the names that are taking to the court today. Sophia Kenin, we've seen Eugenie Bouchard, a former finalist at Wimbledon, of course. You've got, Taylor Townsend is here, you've just pointed out, on what is a very large running order. 18 courts in action. They were runners-up in the doubles, I think, weren't they? Coco Vanderway, twice a quarter-finalist.
Yeah, I mean, it's a loaded draw, isn't it? It's a fabulous women's qualifying draw.
Yes, it is. Where is Hannah Klugman? Have you heard of Hannah Klugman?
Oh, I've definitely heard of her. She's fourth match.
She is. I was looking
She's going to be very interesting.
Ah, here you go. Yeah. She's playing against Yanni, Erika Luca Yanni. Hannah Klugman is young. She's from Wimbledon. Just really good player. And a great young prospect.
Oh, that was a... Not many people would have hit a drive forehand volley from that position.
15.
It looked very awkward, but she got the job done. And the overhead, she was comfortable, but...
Already it looks a little like Mandlik now and again, you know, love 15, rallying ball, hit the court. Really gives it a big hit when sometimes maybe taking something off might be a slightly better idea. But look, this is the way they're going now. This is the way players play. It's hard or harder. They can't all be wrong.
Thirty-all.
Oh.
40-30.
Oh. You could see that athletic ability, though, from Mandlik there with that way she slid into that half-court ball. And that one, she thought that was a winner. No. Not giving up on it. That was a much more difficult shot that she hit there.
Advantage, Giacomo.
A little bit sloppy there. Well, in that point as well. That was a rally ball.
Deuce.
97 in the world rankings. Mandlik. Giacomo, the French player, 20 years of age. She's ranked 180th at the moment, but only 20, still improving. Game trying to keep up with her height. Tall.
Advantage, Giacomo. Game, Giacomo.
Well,
2 games all.
She's once again with Mandlik just showing what a good athlete she is. She gets to these short balls so easily, but again, another wrong decision when she got to it.
Love 15.
This French woman moves extremely well for her height. Loves the ground strokes, lots of height over the net. Plenty of topspin. Seems to be a lot of game to work with. I mean, the drop shot was brilliant. Sort of came out of nowhere. She has this whipping high over the net topspin most of the time, but she threw that in. Watch the backspin stop the ball, and then that. Well, that would see John Lloyd in hospital.
Yes, for a long time.
And she moves in and puts it away. That's a good play.
Love 14.
And there's no flicker from the umpire's chair. Backhand down the line, wide. she runs like an Olympic 400-meter runner, this one. And the volleys were pretty horrible, to be honest with you. Not putting the ball away. 3-2 with a break. Elsa Giacomo of France.
Well,
I mean, you've got to. The volleys have got to go away.
Well, especially when you're playing someone who's as quick as this young lady is. I mean, the get she made in this rally. I mean, she just does not give up. She picks that ball up. This one, you'd think, okay, she's out there, digs it back, gets back into the position, charges up there, back out wide again. She's moving well. And the sort of the match at the moment, you've got the heavy high for, as you said earlier, the high forehands from.
That's where you went wrong. You should
see. Well, you've got to do that before.
It's that Harmony hairspray moment, isn't it?
No, unbelievable.
So she's drinking the stuff and putting it in her hair.
You've got to love that. But you've got the high topspin forehands and up high, and then you've got the flatter ground strokes off the backhand for Mandlik. She's trying to go through the court, but Giacomo is happy to sort of soak up the pressure. Doing a good job of it so far.
Find yourself at the end of a 2-lap race at a track with her on your shoulder. You know full well she's going to lose. I mean, honestly, she gallops.
Love 15.
See the difference of the rally ball, the height between the two players. And that one, there was enough pace from the Mandlik backhand to cause an error.
I think we should try to get a picture of his ID.
Okay.
See if we can find out who that is. I might just pop out and ask him. He's only a few feet away. John, go and ask him who is.
It will take too long to get there.
Very fine return.
Love 14.
She's aggressive, isn't she, Mandlik? Almost every ball, there's bad intentions on it. She doesn't play many defensive shots. She goes at it.
15-14.
There's a camera behind you.
Unlucky there.
Game Mandlik.
Her movement is that of a gymnast.
Fantastic.
And that really does remind me of Mum. She moved incredibly well.
She was so graceful around the court, ballerina.
How different the grips these days. She had a sort of a continental forehand grip, sort of an old-fashioned E-grip.
Yeah. What a volleyer.
Back on serve.
That second serve does sit a little bit sometimes. Got away with that one.
It's quite
15 all.
An army serve, isn't it? Probably with tension. It happens to a lot of people where the body stops working, the legs don't get the drive up into the board. You end up just cutting across it.
That second serve again.
15-30.
Doesn't go through the court enough. It just sits there.
$15-40.
Oh!
30-40. Deuce. Advantage, Mandley. Game, Mandley. 2 balls, please. Mandley leads 4 games to 3. First set.
Another clean strike on the backhand. 4-3. $777 people can fit onto this court, plus there's some accessible seating as well. Here's the backhand, that plant on the right foot. That's great timing of the ball. People are spread quite thinly throughout the grounds here at Roehampton. So much to enjoy on the opening days. Men yesterday, women today, and then it's obviously mixed on Thursday and Wednesday and Thursday, and it's best of 5 sets for the men, which John doesn't like.
No, don't understand it. No other slams have it.
Giacomo of France playing against Elizabeth Mandlik of the United States, the 4th seed, serving 3-4.
Lucky to get away with that. That serve straight in the middle of the service box, right to the forehand, sat up. It's a bad error. Made up for it.
15 all. T15.
She thought that was out. I think it clipped the line and it sort of checked. She looked at the coach. The coach didn't really say too much. She was, yeah, you can definitely hit the line.
T14.
I understood one word there, I think.
What was it? Don't.
Yeah. Errors.
Don't make errors. That's what she said.
Juice.
She's a little bit like Mira Andreeva, really, in as much as the backhand is the real weapon, and she sometimes even runs around to hit the backhand, as did Andreeva. Point of the match. Talk about anticipation. She was out at that point. And these two times that she guessed right every time. She picked where it was going to go. And that one, self-preservation, that second volley.
That last one, that's where Mandlik just hold the ball. Just
how about a lob?
Yeah, a lob would be fine. Well played.
Jacquemot. Four games all, first set.
She did well to get out of that game there, Giacomo. She played a couple of shaky groundstroke errors. Was in a bit of trouble there, but got out of it. Beautifully constructed point there.
15 love.
From Mandlik. A couple of good inside-out forehands, and then when she got the depth properly there, got in the net nice and quick.
Land for serve.
So aggressive.
30 love.
She's that ball and she just wants to cause damage on it, Mandlik. There's no sort of three-quarter shot.
Let first serve. Low. Game Mandlik. Mandlik leads 5 games to 4. First set.
I've seen a few of those today. That's another one. Excellent drop shot, good disguise, a lot of spin on that one. Comfortable service game.
You meet people all around the grounds that you haven't seen for a while, and sometimes you remember names and other times you don't. And it's just a regathering of everybody. I've just run into Gilly Coughlin, who is John Coughlin of Status Quo. His wife, Gilly, probably her and her mate Bev, the biggest tennis fans in the entire world. You know them too.
I know them, yeah.
Everybody knows Bev and Gilly.
Time.
And they'll be out there somewhere. They've got their own chairs, and what they haven't found is a bar. There isn't a bar. I don't think they're allowed. There is no bar here. I think there might be a bar over to the right, we think, but for some reason that wasn't where it was last year, and that's put them off.
Well, they've got the big screen over there, haven't they? It's their version of Henman Hill. Don't know quite what you would call it, but
that's where it is. Keen cameras. That's enormous forehand. She should have gone the other way, she thinks. That's the first time I've seen her elect to run around and play that forehand rather than just tee off on the backhand, but it's a powerful straight shot. And this on this occasion.
Love. Let for serve. Let for serve. T15. T30. Again, Giacomo. Five games all, first set.
A couple of disappointing returns there on that backhand side from Mandlik. 2 good serves, but both times Mandlik elected to try and go down the line off a very fast serve. Those are the sort of points that returns you hook back cross court, get yourself back into the position.
You can imagine this player on a hard court, can't you? Absolutely drilled, physically disciplined. You can just see it, and the intention is to get on top of the ball immediately. She's going to be a fixture in the top 100 for a while.
Wow. 15-all.
You'll be struggling to even see the umpire through all the chalk on that one. So that's no way that was out. Disappointed that she didn't do more with the pass. These are quite tense moments.
Did well to stay in that point. There was a couple of very low balls there that she stayed down so well to get those back. Good footwork getting around there.
Admirable pace of play at the qualifying compared to tour events.
Yeah, why is that? I was thinking the same thing. They don't even need to have the shot clock. It didn't. The players are so quick. Why do they suddenly change when they go into tournaments?
I don't know. It's a big mistake, isn't it?
30-40.
She doesn't play with a lot of margin. She is somebody that is going to play her game, whatever happens. But here's a break point. Giacomo.
Deuce.
The ball boy who just gave Mandlik the ball just in front of our studio and commentary position here. He's about at least 3/4 of a foot taller. Fantastic defense on the backhand side.
Advantage, Mandlik.
Djokovic-esque.
Yes.
Left foot. Just sort of anchoring the backhand, and then she got the forehand into play and won the point. That's
Mandlik.
a tremendous hold. Good match this. Hope you're enjoying it. Round 1.
Mandlik leads 6 games to 5.
Wimbledon qualified.
First set.
She doesn't really have a what you would call a sort of a 3/4 shot, does she, Mandlik? I mean, it's almost every ball is she goes for something. She's very aggressive. It's fun to watch her though.
Sure is.
And she is creative. You know, she hits some very good drop shots. And is not afraid to come into the net. She's got a little bit of variety, but just occasionally, it's like that rally ball, just to mix it up occasionally, just to give your opponent a different look, other than the same pace over and over again.
Did you were on the Mira Andreeva match, the
Yes.
16-year-old? How was that today?
She was brilliant.
Was she?
Yeah, I mean the forehand she's 16 years old, but forehand occasionally sat a little bit, didn't go through the court as much as you would like, but she's going to get better. The backhand was awesome. The backhand down the line was scary good.
Right.
Serve was excellent, got a very good second serve. Moves well. She's what a prospect.
I think her sister was playing as well.
Yes.
I don't know whether she got on or not. There's too much going on for us to cope with everything here. Mira Andreeva is the name to watch. That was a match on this court against Rosa Vicens Mas. This is also a first-round qualifying match. Mandlik and Giacomo serving at 5-6. First set. Had her chances in the previous game.
I mean, that is just ridiculous return. That wasn't a bad serve. To hit that off backhand there at that pace. Clean winner.
Line. Oh.
15 all. $15-30.
It feels over the course of this set that Elsa Giacomo, this French player, has been hanging in. Feels like Mandlik has been the one most likely to break through. It doesn't mean anything, though, if she doesn't. I wonder if this one will get the treatment.
Yeah, she won't hold back. That one a bit too obvious.
Sometimes a drop shot can be a sign of a lack of ideas, a sign of desperation, really. 30 all, 5-6. The ball stopped on the line a bit. Mandlik catching it at the top of the bounce. It's a set point.
Game and first serve, Mandlik.
If you don't get your first serve into this one, watch out. That is a howitzer of a forehand. That's the way, sir. That's the way she did it. And that's the first set, 7-5. Take a comfort break here and we'll be back in just a second. The fourth seed in control. So you were watching Andreeva earlier on. Did you see any extra cameras that didn't belong to us out on the court? Because she's being followed, but did you see them around? These are the Netflix
yeah,
cameras,
I saw one.
Yeah. What was the big camera?
Decent size, yeah. They were following her around. They were actually filming her coach a lot as well.
Who's her coach? I don't know.
Well, let's update you on what else has been going on all the courts around the grounds this afternoon. Here's a former Grand Slam winner, Sofia Kenin of the USA, beating Irina Falconi-Hartmann, also of the USA. It's a long, long way from Roland Garros in Australia to here, but Kenin is here, and here she is talking to Anne. Here's Taylor Townsend's match point, my apologies. She beat Irina Bara of Romania.
Taylor, there was some great tennis there. How'd you feel?
Really good. I'm glad the way that I turned it around. I had a slow start in the first set. And yeah, I'm just really happy. You know, I haven't really played that. This is my second match on grass, so just trying to get used to it, but I'm really happy with how it came out.
You look like you've got the perfect game for grass. What is it that you find so challenging?
Well, it's just a huge adjustment. I mean, I played on clay for 7 weeks straight, so it's a big adjustment, and I haven't really had a ton of match play to get used to it. So I'm just trying to find my footing, find my rhythm, and kind of figure out how to incorporate my game style while still being disciplined. So it's a little bit of a tough balance, but the only thing you can do is come out and just keep fighting.
And Taylor, I have to ask, you're one of many mums now on tour. Is your son here watching?
No, he's not. I haven't seen him in like 2 months. I haven't seen him since I left for this trip, but I know he's watching on TV. Hi, I miss you. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough challenge for me, but it's one that I kind of took on myself because I wanted to challenge myself and kind of discipline myself to be able to be without him. So it's definitely a mental challenge, but it's motivating me even more.
Oh, well, you're doing a great job, and you're inspiring so many.
Thank you so much.
Well, talking about tough, boy, was this a tough match on court 16. Vera Zvonareva, 38 years old now, against Laura Pigossi of Brazil, the 26th seed, and it was really, really tight. It did seem as though the game might slip away, but eventually Zvonareva came through, and it was a very emotional player that I spoke to afterwards. That means a lot to you.
Yes, for sure. It was a very tough match. She played well. Maybe I didn't play my best, but I was trying to hang in there, fight for every point, and at the end it turned out my way.
Tired?
For sure. It's a tough match. I haven't played many singles over the past year, so for sure it was physically a very difficult match. But overall, I feel okay, not too bad.
In matches like that, when they are that tight, how much is experience really important?
On one hand, experience can help a lot. On the other hand, you have to be able to stay in the moment and fight for every point and not think too much as well. So, if you're able to find the right balance, then the experience can help. If you're not finding the right balance, it doesn't matter how experienced you are.
20 years doing this. It's not about the money, is it? You just love playing.
Well, for sure, I love playing and competing. I kind of wanted to finish my career at my terms. I've been having a lot of injuries over the past years, and I was never able to finish, the season how I was planning to do so. So, hopefully, I can play a few more tournaments and then, finish at my terms.
How much would it mean to you to get through qualifying and get to Wimbledon next week?
Well, for sure it would mean a lot. It's one of my favorite tournaments on the tour, and I have had a great success there, over the past year. So, yeah, it's a great surface to play on. We rarely get to play on the grass, so for sure I'm enjoying it.
And got to play, of course, within 24 hours. That's going to be tough tomorrow, isn't it?
For sure. This is going to be very difficult, but I'm here and I have another chance to compete. This is the most important.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
It's been a good day for the Andreeva sisters. The much lauded Mira, the 7th seed, won earlier on and was hugely impressive, and she's joined in the second round by her big sister Erica. Here she is beating Dalila Jakupovic of Slovenia. We've spoken to one of the Andreeva sisters. Now we're going to hear from the other.
Well, it's been a great day for the Andreeva family. Your sister Mira won earlier, and now you. How pleased are you?
I'm really pleased actually, because at first I really happy for Mira. She did it a bit better than me. My way was a bit more tough, but it's still I'm just happy that I was able to manage to win today. And yes, first match on grass in my life, and yes, and it was tough, but I'm so happy like that I was able to win.
Did you watch much of your sister's match earlier?
I watch actually by TV, but not real live, because for me sometimes it's pretty tough with that. I lose almost all my energy when I watch Mira's match. In real I try to support, and then once I came to my match and I just was empty. It
must be fantastic to be able to travel with your sister. How much time do you spend practicing together?
To be honest, not really often. Like we practice together really rarely. I don't know, maybe once time per week. But you know, we spend almost all our time together outside of the court. I mean, we share in the room almost all the time when we can. So and it's always it's really nice, you know, to be closer to your family all the time. It's give you that much energy, and yes, it's just amazing.
Well, great job today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, you haven't missed anything on our show court here. Mandlik and Giacomo both left for bathroom breaks, and the French player has yet to return. I just had a real illustration of the brutality of this sport, though, talking to one of the courtesy car drivers who said he went to Gatwick Airport this morning with 3 players who'd all been knocked out yesterday, all had their bags, and they were all heading off to all points, north, south, east and west of the globe, in their pursuit of yet more ranking points or whatever it might be. And very, very interesting that that's the reality of the life that these players lead. Now, here's Kayla Day of the USA beating Patinama Kirchhoff of the Netherlands. And this is her match point. And the reason that we're returning to this match from earlier on is that in Kayla Day's corner is a former Wimbledon champion from Australia, Pat Cash.
Pat, how proud of you are of Kayla Day?
Yeah, look, Kayla, what a performance. You know, she was in real trouble. It's her first match on the grass this season. She's had a few niggling injuries. She had a great clay court breakthrough season. And was exhausted and you know, got qualified and won 2 rounds of the French. And I said, look, go home and have a rest. And then she picked up a little niggling injury as she was about to walk on for her first match a week or so ago. And you know, it sort of showed. The opponent played really, really well. I mean, she's an experienced grass court player. You know, she's got through and played at Wimbledon in the main draw before. And Kayla's she's a special person. She's a real fighter. She's got that lefty serve, and you know what the lefties are like on the grass. They can be really nasty to deal with. And she's got a great serve. Weren't expecting too much today, and but you know she fought on, and that's kind of what you want as a coach, don't you? You know, just your player to go, okay, I'm going to give it a shot, and I'm going to try and work out how to get through this situation and you know, problem solve. And the best players do that. And she's got a lot of years to get better. But you know, it's a fantastic performance today.
Next up for Kayla is Shea Su Wei. How will you help her prepare for that match?
Yeah, she's a tricky player, isn't she? I think my most experienced players on the tour. I mean, is she the oldest player on the tour? She must be. I think she just won the French Open doubles again, had a year off. Double-handed both sides, can produce some fantastic angles. Yeah, it's going to be a really tough match. You know, I don't expect an awful lot from Kayla out of this, just to get out there and you know, get some experience. But she's got the power to push her opponent away, Su Wei around. And you know, if she doesn't, then she's going to be running all over the court because Su Wei is such a fantastic controller of the points. So yeah, it'll be a great experience, won't it? I mean, this is this is what it's all about, and you know, Kayla's got some years ahead of her, and you know, there's not a good time now to play one of the most crafty grass court players there ever was on the tour.
Final question from me. You looked really calm courtside. On court, you were slightly different, but how calm are you when you're watching your players?
I'm actually, depends. I'm actually really pretty calm with Kayla because you know, we've got it's a long-term plan, you know, and just to get out there and see it implement some various things along the way. And you know, so we'll analyse that at the end of the match. We'll analyse that a bit today. You know, how did it go? So you know, it's not the only match in the world. You know, there's always another match, another tournament, and it's, you know, I'm just very interested to see how she would go under pressure and how she would deal with these situations and get the experience from it all. And yeah, I was actually reasonably calm. It's funny, I'm quite calm with her playing. I'm not always like that with other players when I'm coaching, but generally speaking, I'm pretty relaxed about it.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Cheers.
Pat Cash, Wimbledon champion 36 years ago. help. Let's go back to John and Andrew.
Hannah Mandlik at a set and 1-love. It's just great to catch up with old friends and even sometimes enemies whilst playing on court. Pat Cash here with Kayla Day. He'll be happy that she won. Pat Cash's coach, Ian Barclay, one of the greats. He's coming over again for Wimbledon. I haven't seen him since last Wimbledon. And you can imagine how proud he was. He's the bloke who Pat, when he won in 1987 over Lendl, he climbed up Pat and he hugged a couple of people, but he hugged Ian Barclay the hardest. Too long.
Touch.
Oh, and Mandlik has touched it. It didn't bounce? No, it hit your racket. Oh, it's actually just one of those things. She took her racket out of the way, or she tried to. Look, what's this?
The ball was travelling out, it hit the player's racket, so she loses the point.
Oh, that's just such a shame. It's a nightmare when that happens. It's like a double hit from a chipping round the green.
Can't believe she took that ball on the rise the way she did.
15-all.
That's unbelievable shot here. Talk about a rising ball.
Yeah.
I mean, she trusts that backhand in every way, in every situation, I think.
Beautiful. And that's that problem with that second serve. It's
15-30.
Once she gets that in, there's not much on it, and then she's defending for the rest of the rally. She can't get ahead of the game, and this player in the picture can dictate the points.
Always a good volley on grass, taking the pace off and dropping it in short. That's
13.
Good. Wow, that must have been on the corner.
Yeah, it's good.
$30-14.
I should like that one back again. She wants to punch that ball before it's even bounced up to its true height there.
Mandlik leads 2 games to love.
She just crushes it.
See, that boy's got his Harry Potter scarf on. There's a Roland Garros hat. There he is. He's got something of the Harry Potters about him.
Love 15.
That's what's been happening to her when she's been hitting that second serves in. And Manlek, she got punished there with that one. That ball didn't go through the court either on that second serve.
Love 14.
Oh, that's wonderful defense.
Mandlik leads 2-1, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Break didn't last long, but still 7-5, 2-1 to the American player.
A little bit sloppy that game. Got the break and then just a couple of wrong shots selections. Good defensive play though from her opponent.
See down in Eastbourne, Anjabeur, the Tunisian player, Wimbledon finalist last year, where she won the first set against Rybakina, you'll remember. She's picked up her first win of this grass court swing at the Rothsay International. She defeated Jasmine Paolini 6-3, 6-2, just over an hour. So Krejcikova and Kvitova both have pulled out of Eastbourne. Kvitova already playing well.
He doesn't say too much, does he?
She wasn't asking.
No, I guess not. But there's a lot of other coaches that would be blabbing away no matter what.
I think the attitude from this French player is good. You know, down a set and a break, easily could have become downhearted, but she hasn't done so. It's very difficult to serve to somebody returning like this. These returns are ferocious. And they arrive so quickly back at the opponent. Mid-court ball. And just like all the drills that we've done since we were young, bang. She just looks a very well-drilled player.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Love 14.
Love the way she does this slide. That's about the third time we've seen that. Good stretch.
$15-14.
Almost got the passing shot there, but she was just a little bit too far back in the court there. Couldn't quite get the speed and the angle right. Good stretch though.
$30-14. First serve. Game Mandlik. New balls, please. Mandlik leads 3-1. Second set.
Elizabeth Mandlik, player that we're watching here, is setting a break up, is the daughter of Hana Mandlikova. Obviously a great stroke maker from then Czechoslovakia. She won 4 Grand Slams, did Mum? Stretching from the 1980 Australian Open through to the 1987 Australian Open. She never won Wimbledon, although twice a runner-up there.
Love the team.
Just certainly a great player, Mum. And I remember watching her at the Australian Open '87. It was the last time it was held at Kooyong on the grass.
I
was watching all those finals because I was in the mixed, and we had match point in the final. Can't believe it. Gutted still.
Out.
And you look back at the history of the game, and in that year, Edberg won the singles, beat Pat Cash. Hannah, Mum, won the women's. Edberg and Yared the doubles. Navratilova Shriver the women's. And then it says mixed doubles.
15-14.
Who were your opponents there?
Zina Garrison and Sherwood Stewart, who beat Martina Navratilova and Paul Anicone in the semi, which I was surprised at.
And happy, probably.
We were very happy. We thought, that's it. We're in great shape. And we were for a while. Oh, that's away. Didn't quite catch that right.
Same thing again. Got up a break and then played a sloppy game.
Mandlik leads 3-2, second set. By 1 set to none.
Just to continue that story, the boys' doubles that year, Stoltenberg and Woodbridge. It's always fun to look back when the tennis world gathers 4 times a year at the Australian, the French, Wimbledon and the US Open at the end of the summer. Which one did you enjoy playing the most? Was it US? Did you like to go to Australia?
Well, you always enjoy where you played the best, I think. So I played the best at the Australian, so that was my favourite.
Yeah.
I think that's what it comes down to.
What year was your final?
Can't even remember now.
Do I have to tell you when you made the Australian Open final? I've just told you when I know when I made my final in the mixed. You were in the singles final.
77, I think. Terrible, isn't it?
Time.
Right, let's Google John Lloyd.
Please don't.
There they go. They're going to get there before me. I do.
Much more savvy. They're much more savvy than you are, Andrew.
That's it.
So good.
'77, John. December '77.
Okay.
settled.
Love the way she got up to that. So
Love
quick.
30.
Such good preparation. Just got the racket ready and just did the job. Beautiful.
Oh.
That ball didn't come up at all, did it?
No.
That was a strange return to serve, really. It wasn't really a proper drop shot, but it didn't really come up at all.
It was an odd choice to begin with. And then this was an easy enough put away.
Oh. 15-14.
Holding serve has been so demanding in this match.
Left for serve.
I know one thing, John. She definitely wants a first serve here. I mean, that might get the treatment anyway, but the second serve certainly will.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go.
Game, Mandling.
14%. Points
Mandling
one
leads, 4
behind
games
her
to 2.
second serve. Poor
Second serve.
Elsa Giacomo is getting well and truly duffed on the second serve. Yeah, now take it easy now. You're serving. This is like the third time you've had a break. Now, what is she to do any differently?
She's just, her shot selection has been poor. It's almost like she's been too overeager. She's always started the games badly too after the break.
Yeah.
Out.
Overruled. Haven't seen many of those today.
Oh! Love 15.
Here we go again.
It is the case, isn't it, that from both ends, the serve is often the weakest shot in the rally.
That's right.
For both these players. The sights and sounds of Roehampton.
Let's see there to me.
Love 40.
Love 30. I know she's aggressive on almost every shot, but that shot came at her very deep, awkward, and she tries a down the line winner.
Conversion of break points very good for both players. 18 break points in this match.
15-14.
That's
Love
good.
that. She does that very well. She has very good court sense.
30-14.
Split second to see where opponent is. Sees this, and then she just charges.
That's much better patience, isn't it? And just waiting. Good fight. Good match. 3 break points gone for the French woman. Line ball.
Oh! Advantage, Giacomo. Game.
So wild. She fought back well.
Mandlik leads 4 games to 3.
Once again, Giacomo
Second
refusing
set.
to go anywhere
1 set to
here.
love.
3 times she's been down a break in this set, but back on serve again. Got something in your online entry as I was looking up when you made the French final, John Lloyd. Something that's a bit confusing. Under a headline, education. I didn't know you had one.
I didn't.
Southend High School for boys. You passed your 11 plus?
I did that.
Did you? Well done.
That was about it.
Life and career commentator, it says.
Oh, that's debatable.
No, we don't worry about the personal life.
No, please.
It just says complicated.
Complicated. Uh-oh, here comes what's a coach? Oh no, he's actually saying something.
Is he?
Time.
Yeah. Got involved. That's the first time I've heard him say anything.
Yeah, they're a pretty calm bunch.
Yeah.
She's fought well. Probably find out he's the racket stringer at the end of all this. Wondering why he's not been saying anything. It's the chef.
Love 15.
Broken a nail. It's a devastating return. The serve was good. What am I supposed to do? She says. Well, it's difficult.
It comes at her so fast, isn't it? She has no time to recover. Oof. Got that one wrong.
15.
I think for a second there she was thinking about hitting a drop shot. Changed to mine and hit that ball late. Get ready. Oh. Well, she did well to stay in there, didn't she?
15,
that kick serve hit the line and checked. I don't know how she even got out of the way of this one. Look at that. Oh, that was brilliant.
Game.
Predictable.
It's absolutely clockwork.
Mandlik leads 5 games to 3. Second set.
You might as well.
Tell yourself where you're serving and where you're going the +1. You need to know where you're going as a +1 before you serve. Vamos.
Okay, where am I? So she is being told that she's going to produce her best performance when she knows where she's going to hit the shot that comes back to her, the return.
Whoa!
How can you know?
I don't know. That was confusing.
That's
all I know is she might as well sit down now at the changeover and get ready for 5-4.
Well, that how can you possibly know until your opponent has hit the return where the best place is for the +1 ball, which is +1 after service. It's a sort of modern thing. I mean, if he'd have said go to a backhand, whatever happens, that's fine, I suppose. But she's supposed to know now where she's going to hit the ball. I mean, I don't really see that.
15-all. The T15. T15. Game set a match. Medley.
That's it.
9-2 sets to love. 7-5, 6-3.
It's a very interesting match. She kept on hitting, she kept on getting results. She broke serve so many times she didn't know what to do when she was actually serving. She didn't have quite so much clarity, but a wonderful player. And obviously seeded highly here, the 4th seed, Elizabeth Mandlik, because her ranking is high. She's actually in the top 100 of the world now, and if they did the cut-off to get into Wimbledon now, she'd be in it. So with a bit of luck, she'll maintain her good form, and she'll be in the US Open at the end of the summer. But very interesting, and I think Elsa Giacomo also an interesting player, and probably better at the moment on the slightly slower courts because of the weakness of the serve, or at least I think it's a weak serve. I'm not sure. It just might be that Mandlik's returns are so amazing.
Yeah, she certainly goes for it, doesn't she? Well, first or second serve, but if you miss your first serve, you better have a deep second serve, otherwise you're in trouble.
Well, let's see what she has to say. She's speaking with John Inverdale.
There was some big hitting in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, when I play, I try to always do that, so.
And going into a match like that, and obviously there's a long way to go, you hope. What kind of, and now you're in the top 100. You must have had a huge amount of confidence before you started.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been my goal to reach top 100, but I have bigger goals, so it was just like a day of happiness for me. And but it also, of course, lifted my confidence how I did in Nottingham and other tournaments on grass before here. So I was going in really feeling good.
Tell me, you must get heartily sick of people talking about your mum, but during our commentary, our commentators who never achieved quite what your mum did, but we've got a Grand Slam finalist and we've got a tour players, all saying one of the great things they remember is when their kids first beat them. So what age were you when you first beat your mum?
I mean, to be honest, I have no idea, but I don't know. She always says the same thing that you're saying, you must get sick of it, but I don't. I'm proud of what she's accomplished, and of course I want to do bigger things than her, so that's what I strive to do. She never won Wimbledon, so that's what I'm striving to do.
Would she get a game off you now?
No, she can't move. She has metal hips, she can't move.
Well, you can keep moving to tomorrow. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well,
that's absolutely charming, isn't it? And that's cute.
Metal hips, she can't move. I have metal hips. I can move a little
I've
bit.
got a metal hip.
You
I
have
can
too.
move. I can hop around still. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think anybody believes us, but.
And also, there's 2 Grand Slam finalists in here, but you won, and there's the difference. Three mixed doubles and a singles final.
Very good partner.
Wendy Turnbull. It's great that she's full of ambition, and she feels like she wants to go the whole way. And nobody should be at this age and playing well and playing hard. And you shouldn't be thinking anything other than you can win.
No, absolutely.
At all times. I like it. People seemed quite surprised last week when Seb Korda said, I want to win Wimbledon. Well, I'm not surprised he says that.
No, I love her attitude. I love the aggressiveness in her game. And she mixes it up as well with some very subtle shots. The drop shot was lovely. She had some beautiful volleys. And she's fun to watch.
Sure is. Quick look at the numbers before we go. That's it for court 11 for today. Listen, let me just go straight down. Second serve points 1 on the right-hand side, just beyond halfway. Poor Giacomo was absolutely mashed on the second serve. Mandlik launches an assault on those second serves. Yeah, interesting. Can't wait for a second round match, actually, with her. We'll see how she copes from this point on. She's good.
Well, no more play on court 11 today, but there's still lots of matches to be completed elsewhere on these grounds, and a few more have also been and gone in the last half hour or so. Here's a match out on court 4. This is Moyuka Yukijima of Japan beating Abdulramova of Uzbekistan. Another really tight match, as you can see. One set apiece, 5-4, long rallies throughout this match. And this was the final one, which went the way of the Japanese player. And here were her thoughts afterwards. Moyuka, well played. How happy were you with that performance?
It's my first grass win. I tried, my first quali was last year. I wasn't able to get the win. Even in Italy, Wimbledon this year, Italy, I couldn't get a win. So today was officially first win on the grass. I'm really happy. I mean, Nikina also, she played really well. Big serve, and she was hitting the ball big. But I mean, it's grass, so I was like trying to stay there the whole match, and yeah, I'm really happy I was able to get through.
And is your confidence going up?
Yeah, I think I should, After this match, I take this match as a confidence, and then I don't know who I'm playing next, but yeah, I will try to keep going.
Well, get a good night's sleep. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we're going next to court 17. Eva Lies of Germany playing Kristina Mladenovic of France. Goodness me, she's been involved in top-level tennis for an awful long time, Mladenovic, but she came off second best here against the German. And we've got some nice pictures here of what it meant to her. Team. And then analytical in her post-match interview.
I am definitely. I've had a couple of tough months, so this match means a lot to me, and I'm happy to be playing on grass for the second time. So still getting a bit used, but very happy.
Well, there was a lovely embrace at the end of the match there with your team. Who have you got here supporting you?
My parents, my dad and my mom. I mean, I've been traveling with them since I'm probably born, so it's kind of a family thing. So really nice to have them here.
And now, how will you get ready for your next match?
I'll definitely go to the ice bath because, I mean, switching from clay to grass is still a bit hard on my legs, but I'm feeling fresh, I'm feeling good. Wasn't too long today, fortunately, so I'm pumped for tomorrow.
And what is it about grass that you find so challenging?
Challenging to move, for sure, but I am a very aggressive player, so everyone has told me my whole life that grass really suits me. I'm trying to think about it when I'm playing because sometimes I still feel like I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, I feel great on grass right now.
Good luck in your next one.
Thank you.
Now on court 12, Anna Konya, who I think got to the 4th round here a few years ago, is playing her opponent from Switzerland. And here's match point for a straight sets victory. As the ball dribbles into the net and the racket gets slung away in disgust. And let's hear from the winner.
Anna, congratulations. It's great to see you injury-free and healthy on a tennis court.
Thank you. Yeah, you know I love grass, so it's my favorite season, and I'm really happy to be back at Wimbledon. Even if there's qualies, you know, you gotta fight your way through, and really happy with the win today.
Well, you've got good grass court pedigree as you won your first WTA Tour event 8 years ago in Nottingham. Can you remember it?
It's been ages, right? I don't feel like I'm that old, but it's been, yeah, great memories, you know, and I really wanted to come back to Nottingham this year, but it just didn't work out. But hopefully, you know, to keep the good form, and we'll see.
In the next round, you meet Emiliana Arango from Colombia. Anything you know about her?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't even know the name. I've been away from the tour for a while, so I have to get to know all these girls. But, you know, I'm going to look her up and, you know, prepare for it.
You do that yourself, or you ask your coach to do it?
Well, I'm alone this week. Yeah, I kind of wanted to reset, you know, and so I'm going to do it myself this time.
Yeah, nothing wrong with independent research.
Yeah, I'm trying, you know. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Mr. Google, invaluable. So that's the scene at the moment. We may have finished on court 11, but there's still 14 matches to be finished off on all these courts. And you can see loads and loads of people are staying late in the day to see them reach their conclusion. And you can follow all the results on the BBC website or on the LTA website, obviously. And when all those matches are finished, the 2 ladies singles games that we're going to see on our main court will be finalised, but the 2 matches that we will be showing you tomorrow when we're on air from 11 o'clock, that's UK time at least, feature Redu Albert and Joe Monday from the UK, and then Pierre-Hugues Herbert against Thiago Seyboth-Wild from Brazil, who beat Medvedev in the... did he beat Medvedev at Roland Garros, I think? I think he did. Anyway, he can play a bit. Anyway, that's for sure. And somebody else who can definitely play a bit, and who we're all talking about today, Mira Andreeva from Russia, whose performance today was of a 16-year-old was almost like, if I say a 60-year-old, only in terms of composure, as though she'd been there forever and a day.
Yeah, well, she is such an exciting player to watch. I mean, everyone seems to gravitate towards her. She plays an exciting brand of tennis, and still so young, which I think is even more unbelievable because we've got so much more to look forward to from her.
We sure do. And as we go, just say, we did ask her whether she actually thought, and it's all about confidence, isn't it, whether she thought that she could do what Emma Raducanu had done at the US Open a couple of years ago and from qualifying to win it. And she said, why not? Anyway, we shall see. And we will see you again tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Bye-bye.